I'm a world traveller. I've been all over in the past 2 years and stayed in all sorts of places, from old colonial homes to fancy new high-rises. I've been in Budapest for a week or so, and I'm living in an old building that has to be at least 200 years old. In order to access my unit, you have to take the main elevator to the third floor and then walk up a derelict staircase to make it to the fifth floor. As soon as you walk up the stairs, you'll trigger a motion sensor that lights up the seldomly used floor I'm on. I felt this strange presence on this floor. I hear footsteps in the halls when there's clearly nobody else living here besides me, and a friend that's staying in the same unit. I hear my name being called by my friend who at the time was out of the house. Another thing is, when I enter the bathroom, it almost seems and feels like someone is closing the door behind me, as the door doesn't close on its own unless I walk through it. The other night, around 3 AM, I had trouble sleeping, and I went onto what used to be a communal balcony, but it's now used solely by myself for a cigarette. And I heard someone frantically running up the stairs, footsteps heavy enough to indicate a man of some nature. The motion sensor triggered and the hallway lit up. I'm being extra cautious at this point, and I'm now basically smoking in the hallway. Nobody came up those stairs. I sat back down on the balcony and heard the same thing. Now on my second cigarette, being the chain smoker I am, I go back in the hallway and again the footsteps stop. Thinking I'm losing my mind, I go into my unit and firmly close the door behind me until I hear the lock click in place. I go about my business and sit at my desk with my back turned towards the door. The door can only be unlocked with a code. If someone enters this code, the mechanism creates a beeping sound. After about 15 minutes on my laptop, I get up to go to bed, and the door behind me that was locked was wide open, and the censored lights in the halls are lit up. I close the door and turn on the flashlight on my phone to investigate my unit. Make sure nobody else is in there with me while my back is turned. There was nobody, and no noise indicating anyone had come to the door to open it or had gone inside. I go to bed, and I'm awakened by a smash in the halls a few hours later, around 5:30 AM. The door is wide open again. Nothing was stolen, and there's plenty to steal, and my friend never woke up once during this entire time. I get this uneasy feeling in the halls, and the derelict staircase leads 6 stories down into only what I can call an abyss. A totally dark and damp basement that has been in disuse for 100 or so years. I'm the only one who smokes, but sometimes it smells like cigarettes in and around the balcony I spend my time smoking on. What is this? And what does it want from me? I can't wait to leave here. I've worked as a correctional officer for a long time. I've worked at facilities in Texas and in Michigan. The oldest prison I've ever worked at just recently started to close in Michigan, and it got me thinking about all the paranormal experiences I've had there and in other prisons I worked at. I'd like to share with all of you some of the more notable paranormal experiences that I've had while working in these prisons. First off, I'd like to say that I never really believed in ghosts before I started working as a correctional officer. I started off working in Texas at an intake facility. I worked night shifts 12 hours from 6 PM to 6 AM. The first experience that I ever had was working on a lower security housing unit. When finishing a round, I was chatting with my partner and I heard a loud banging sound. It was like 3 AM at this point. No prisoners should be out of their bunks. I asked my partner if they knew what the banging was. They, being an older officer, told me bluntly that the unit we were working in was haunted. They told me the sound was coming from a door of one of the small, quiet cells in a hallway, not directly visible from the officer station, and about how a prisoner had died in one. The prisoner allegedly died because the officers working there at the time had given them a sack of food when it was lunchtime, and the prisoner had choked on the food and died. I really didn't believe that the unit was haunted, so I decided to go look at this door. The sound volume increased as I got closer to the door. The door itself was visibly shaking as if someone was pounding on it. There was nothing that could have been causing the door to shake like it was, I was at a loss for words. Later that night, I checked the door again, and there was a steamed up handprint visible on the glass of the door's window. Another experience I had was at the same facility, but at a different housing unit. It was around 1 or 2 a.m., and I was sitting inside the officer station watching the cameras and talking to my partner. I look at one of the cameras and clearly see a prisoner sitting at a table in the day room. I turn my head to look at the day room, and no one is sitting at the table I just saw on camera. I ask my partner to go check it out, because no one is supposed to be out of bed yet. I roll back the time on the camera to see if I could see where the prisoner might have gone. The prisoner on the camera literally slowly fades away and vanishes completely. My partner comes back into the officer station, and we both watch this video over and over. Later on the same night, during one of my rounds, I noticed a wet floor sign that got left out. I returned it to the porter closet. I get back to the officer station and look back to where the porter closet is and see the same wet floor sign out. I ask my partner if they're playing a joke on me or something, because I just put the sign away. My partner denies anything to do with it. I go back out and make sure I put the sign back in the closet and lock the door. Get back to the officer station, wet floor sign right there in the open again. My partner and I are both watching this wet floor sign now. It starts to tip over on one end very slowly, 2 of its legs off the ground. The sign then slams itself to the ground. It then proceeds to slide quickly up the hallway and then back to in front of the closet door before ceasing all movement. My partner and I refused to come out of the officer station for the rest of the night because we were scared shitless. One more notable one from Texas. I was working in an ADSEG unit, a really high security unit for prisoners that get in fights and cause a lot of problems repeatedly. We had a prisoner who was sitting in one of our close observation cells. These cells are usually used for people who threaten harming themselves. In the summertime, prisoners will sometimes just say they're suicidal to be put in one of these cells because they're a lot cooler and near AC vents that the normal housing units don't have. The prisoner told me that this was what they were doing and that they didn't want to cause any problems. Later on that night, one of my partners and I were watching cameras, and all of a sudden, we saw a shadow moving across the floor. Eventually, it comes to the close observation cell and disappears under the door. This is where it gets a little crazy. I do a round and check on the close observation cell. The prisoner is pacing in the cell. I ask the prisoner if they're okay, and the prisoner tells me that something doesn't feel right, and they're hearing voices that aren't there. I try to calm them down, and eventually they do and lay on the bed. Later on, my partner called for assistance because the prisoner had bit the skin of their own wrists, causing them to bleed, held them above their head, and allegedly was speaking in tongues. When I started working at prisons in Michigan, I worked at a prison that's now closing. It was built back in 1877 and is one of the oldest prisons still operating in all of the United States. There were so many small experiences that I've had there. Doors would slam, you'd hear voices, cold chills. The first really noticeable experience I had was around Christmas time on the 3rd shift. I was working in the oldest unit of the facility. Usually, we don't have prisoners there, but we had opened the unit to separate prisoners during the COVID pandemic. I didn't have a partner due to how short-staffed we were, so one of the other officers set up a TV for me to keep me entertained, because I'd be really far away from all the other units and get bored with no one to talk to. I do rounds for most of the night, watching TV in between them. I suddenly hear a banging noise from a door that leads to a hallway that takes you all the way to an even older, unused, condemned part of the prison. I open the door and take a look down the hallway. A cold breeze hits me, and suddenly my arm hairs stand on end. I close the door thoroughly and creeped out. I go and sit down and start watching TV again. The TV starts flipping through channels rapidly and then stops on static. I have to get moved to a different unit because I'm scared shitless. One day on the 3rd shift, my work friend and I were working positions that allowed us to have a lot of free time and no prisoners to watch. We decided to explore the prison. We explored the tunnels that went underneath the prison, the old barns, the old unstaffed gun towers. We eventually decided to go look at the old condemned part of the prison from my earlier experience. There was a big metal gate that was about halfway down the hallway that had to be opened by a big skeleton key. We get back to the old condemned part, and my friend tells me about how this part was supposed to be the old segregation. We had to use flashlights to see, because this section is so old it's not powered. The energy back there I won't ever forget. Just being there filled with a feeling of dread. I ask my friend to head back, and we start to head back down to where the hallway to the gate was. My friend's flashlight suddenly dies. We make it to the hallway, barely able to see anything in almost pitch blackness. We hear something running after us, so we start running up the hallway too. My friend fumbles with the keys as we hear it getting closer. We get the gate open and sprint out of there. Later on, I noticed that my friend had red claw marks all over his arms. I have a friend who's into spiritual stuff, meditates a lot, makes small cleaning rituals, etc. I'm more like a skeptic person, always trying to find a logical reason for weird stuff. This all changed though, when I visited my friend last November. We wanted to go for a walk in the evening like we often do, and I sensed that something was off with him. When I asked him, he told me that there's something in his apartment. Something weird. I wanted to go and take a look. So we went to his apartment, and as soon as we went in there, it did not really feel as welcoming as it normally did. His cat came sprinting to him as soon as we entered, and she acted a bit stressed. He told me he saw someone standing in his living room at night when he went to go to the toilet. But whenever he looked and turned on all the lights, there'd be nothing there. I felt really uneasy while he told me this, and I always looked around. It felt like someone was watching me. After a while, I asked him if we could leave. He agreed, and I walked to his apartment door. He then went into his bedroom, which is on the other side of the living room, and door to the apartment because he was looking for his cat to maybe come with us. I told him I'll be waiting outside, and as I said that, I left the apartment, door wide open, and as soon as I was out in the hall, the door suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. My friend came rushing out, pale as flour, and his cat didn't even hesitate to just jump down the stairs and sprint to the main door of the house. I just stood there, shocked. My friend leaned against the wall, saying nothing at all. He stayed the night at his mother's house with his cat. Of course, we talked about this later. I tried to find a logical way to explain what had happened, but there was no window open in his apartment, and the door to the main hall of the house was closed too. The door is a massive old wooden door which is a little bit hard to open and to close. To this day, both of us don't know what the cause of this was, but after this evening, the weird stuff that happened didn't occur again. This happened back at the end of December 2021. I was working as a security guard in a big museum, which is the former castle of Augustus II of Saxony. We had to shut down because, you know the reason, and had not much work to do. Mostly I and my co-workers had to come in because we had to look after workers who fixed electric stuff, such as lights and chandeliers. It was the perfect time, because nobody else was allowed in the castle, so they could work at their own speed, which meant, for us security guards, that we often had to be there for 10 to 11 hours, just looking after those guys, if they even showed up. Sometimes they just didn't. Because it was in the winter, it became dark very early, meaning it was sometimes kind of creepy walking all alone through the big halls of the castle. But nothing was as creepy as the stuff I experienced in the antechambers and throne room of Augustus II. Those rooms were the main attraction, covered in golden ornaments and red royal carpets on every wall, all remade by hand after most of it got destroyed back in World War II. There was this big iron door at the first hall, separating the chambers from the rest of the museum. I once had the shift that would walk around the west part of the second floor to close all the doors in the evening, from the tower room to the end of the chambers. It was all going well, until I stood in the second antechamber just before the throne room, when I suddenly heard steps from the exact other side of the wall. There was the former garderobe of Augustus II, as well as some of its wives' dresses. The rooms originally led to the bedchamber, but were separated by a big, heavy oak door that was hard to open and was loud as fuck if you did so. Now there were those steps. I turned around, looking into the first antechamber, but I saw nothing. The big iron door was still closed, so I went through the hall, around the corner to the garderobe room. Maybe someone from the castle used one fire exit to look for something in the exhibition, but there was nothing in there. Even as I walked around the whole 2 rooms, looking in every corner, I found nothing at all. So I went back, and now back in the throne room, and just as I entered it, I heard those footsteps again, but this time, they went exactly from one of the garderobe rooms right into the bedroom, which was separated by this big oak door. I rushed into the bedroom, looked around, and there was nobody. The big oak door was still closed. The steps had vanished. I got out, since nobody was in there, and told this to one of my co-workers who was waiting outside, so he could finally turn on the alarm system. I even asked him if he saw someone coming out of the exhibition, which he answered with a no, but then told me that this is not the first time someone heard steps, especially in the chambers. I'm not a big believer in ghosts, but I've had 2 experiences that have kind of shifted my perspective. One of them was when I lived in Bellingham, Washington. My wife and I moved into a house at the end of Virginia Street back in 2016. The house was in decent condition, but certainly older. We had a daughter who was about 5 or 6 at the time, and a newborn. After moving in, we noticed a few strange things happening. We never felt threatened by whatever was in the house. After moving in, my wife wanted to finally get cable TV. Having worked with Comcast before, I've always seen cable as a bit of a waste of money. But she wanted it, so we got it. A day or 2 later, I was asleep and having a dream that the TV was really loud in the other room. My wife woke me up and said someone was in the house and they had turned on the TV. So, it wasn't a dream. I told her to stay in the room with the baby and the phone to call the police if she heard a commotion, and I got my pistol. And I carefully moved towards the living room. It was hard to hear if anyone was moving around because the TV was so loud, pretty much full volume. But I tried to pay attention anyway, because I knew I needed to have positive identification before raising the pistol and the house was dark. Waving a gun at shadows is how innocent people get shot. I got to the living room and didn't find anything, so I kept moving. I didn't turn off the TV because I figured the loud noise would mask the sound of my movements. Since it was my house, I figured I had the home court advantage against an intruder. I was very lucid, given that I had just been dead asleep, but adrenaline is like that. I ultimately cleared the entire house and didn't find anything. The TV had apparently just come on by itself. Stuff happens, I figured, as I turned off the TV and stood in complete silence. Wires get crossed. The old man across the street may have turned on his TV, and the same remote frequency may have activated our TV. Who knows? I secured my pistol and tried to go back to sleep. A few days later, I picked up my daughter at school. Dad, I have to tell you something. Great, I thought. My daughter got put in some time out again at school for being disruptive. She's always been a bit of a lovable blabbermouth. What happened? Last night my TV came on by itself. I might have normally brushed this off with the same crossed wires or TV remote logic gymnastics, but my daughter's TV was only connected to a PS3, which we used so she could watch Netflix. It takes 2 separate remotes to turn anything on. Now things were creepy. Because my security contracting job had me work all over at different times of the day, My wife and I would frequently sleep in different rooms, so I didn't wake her up when I went to work. After I went to bed one night, I heard running up and down the hallway. Just quick little footsteps running past my door. I got up and opened the door to tell my daughter to stop running. Simultaneously, my wife opened her bedroom door, opposite mine across the hallway, to tell our daughter the same thing. "Are you making all that noise?" "No," I said. "I thought it was Issa." But I could see into our daughter's room and see her asleep in bed. She's asleep. And she was. Not in the way kids pretend to be asleep so they don't get yelled out to go to bed. This was asleep with drool coming out of her mouth and hair covering her face. Completely out. My wife and I didn't talk about the footsteps that we had both heard running down the hallway. A few days later, I was in bed again in the spare bedroom, almost asleep. I heard the terrible noise of what could only be the unmistakable sound of a plastic sippy cup falling into the linoleum in the kitchen and bouncing around for what seemed like an eternity. "I've got her this time," I thought, tossing the blankets off so I could go tell our daughter to go back to bed. I grumpily walked to the kitchen and flicked on the light. Nothing. No cup, no explanation for the sound. My wife followed. "What was that noise?" "Nothing," I said. I didn't need to freak her out. We had both become more aware of a presence in that house. Not evil, just annoying, like they were starting to let us know our time as their house guests had come to an end, and it was time to leave. A little while later, my wife and I were sitting on the couch. As we watched TV, we heard this slow squeaking sound. We looked around to see where it was coming from. It took a second for us to notice it was the door to the linen closet in the hallway being opened because it was opening so slowly. The door had a mirror on the inside, and we slowly watched as the door opened until we sat there, staring at our own reflection. We just sat there silently, trying to find one impossible explanation for why our house couldn't actually be haunted. Very shortly afterward, I got a new position, and we were scheduled to move across the country. We had a garage sale and sold whatever items we could to reduce the amount of junk we would otherwise have to pack or throw away. A few neighbours picked through our stuff, and I eventually got into a conversation with an older gentleman about why we were moving. "I remember when this house first got here a few years ago," he said, unsolicited. "The house was in good condition, but old. Old cabinets and fixtures, a pink toilet and bathtub, something from the late 70s to early 80s. Something an old lady like my grandma would live in." "Sir," I said, correcting him, "this house certainly wasn't built only a few years ago." "No, that's when it first arrived here. The old house was brought in from somewhere else and put on this lot." If he had told me some old lady had died in that house, I'm sure I would have lost my mind. I certainly wasn't going to ask. A most unusual thing happened to me a few mornings ago. It was about 4:45 a.m. and I got up to use the restroom. I walked into the hallway and passed by my daughter's bedroom. I was by this time wide awake. Right away, I noticed that a door was ajar and the ceiling light was on. This seemed strange because she rarely gets up early in the morning. I looked and saw that she was watching her phone, holding it horizontally, as if she was playing a video. This was odd, because she always uses her laptop, not her phone, to watch things. I called her name, wondering why she was awake. She was leaning up, not sitting straight, with her knees also bent. She had no back support. The position was odd, not at all comfortable. It was as if she'd begun to sit up, and time stopped. She didn't react or turn toward me, even though I'd spoken her name in quite a loud voice. She wasn't moving, just sitting up in this strange position, as if a video was paused. When I told my daughter what I'd seen, she had no recollection of being awake that early, or of me stopping by her room. Another odd thing happened simultaneously. One of my dog, who always chases our cat, usually barks like crazy. While I stood at her door, the dog ran into her room, then around the end of her bed, not barking or looking for the cat. He then shot out of the room, as if startled by something. I turned to go continue down the hall, thinking it was weird that my daughter didn't react at all, that she was just watching the phone, sitting at an angle in suspended animation. I didn't think about the dog being frightened until I got to my bedroom. Upon returning from the restroom, I noticed that the bedroom light was off. I was definitely awake. Back in 2017, I lived at a house with some very fucked up vibes. Everyone in my family heavily struggled with mental health and anger issues at that house. Everyone felt watched, all the time. I could never sleep at night. The closet opened by itself all the time. My next door neighbour and I picked up on it, and we would investigate. We found some odd shit, like the crawl space having blood on a rock that looked fresh. I took some photos on the iPad. Anyways, eventually we moved out of that house. And at the new house, my mom told me a guy lived in it a while ago and had committed suicide. I had an iPad, but around the end of us moving out, it stopped turning on. Yesterday, I plugged it in for the first time in almost 5 years for the hell of it. I came back in a few hours to put it back, but to my surprise it had turned on. I became determined to figure out the password. After a lot of unsuccessful attempts, I started to have a persistent thought of 4 numbers. I asked my parents about these 4 numbers, and my mom said it would make sense if I changed one of them. It was my last attempt of the night, and I thought for sure it wouldn't work. But I typed in the 4 numbers, and the iPad opened. I didn't have time to look through it that night, so I put it back and tried to sleep. But I couldn't sleep, because I felt this horrible sense of dread. The light was doing weird things on the curtain, and I felt on edge like someone was watching me. Like back in 2017. I don't know, maybe it's all a coincidence. I just feel like something weird is bound to that iPad. There are a lot of photos from the old house on that iPad. I'm a lot younger than my cousin. About 15 years. I'm the baby in the family. This happened when I was 17. I'm 45 now. My cousin, let's call him Bob, was married to Judy, and they were expecting their first baby. Judy was 8 months pregnant and everything was fine. Until it wasn't. Right before Christmas, we got a call that Judy was rushed to the hospital. She had sudden case of preeclampsia. Very soon after, she was transported to a specialised hospital. Later that evening, we had another call that Judy had suffered a minor brain hemorrhage and that the baby died as a consequence. Judy's condition was stable and scans showed no real damage to her brain. The neurologist was convinced she would make a complete recovery. I went to bed that night, sad but also knowing that at least Judy would survive. That night, I had the most vivid and real dream I've ever had. I was walking down the hallway of a hospital when I saw one of the doors wide open. I peeked inside and I saw a whole bunch of people looking down on something. I was curious, so I approached to have a look myself. The people gave me room to watch, and there he was, a teeny little baby boy sleeping in a crib. He looked so happy and comfortable. I just knew this was Bob's and Judy's son. Then I heard Judy's voice right behind me, and I turned around. She was still in a hospital gown, but she looked happy and radiant. Then she said, "I'm so sorry, but I have to go. I have to go with him to care for him." And she nodded at the baby boy in his crib. She started to cry, and so did I. She then gave me a very tight hug, and at that moment, I woke up, with tears rolling down my cheeks. I couldn't sleep anymore that night, and very early in the morning, I heard my parents coming up the stairs, followed by a knock on my door. My dad came in crying. He told me that Judy had another brain hemorrhage that night and was now declared to be brain dead. On January 23rd, 2005, a firefighter named Curtis Mayron lost his life in a fire accident in New York. This day would then be remembered as Black Sunday by the people of New York ever since. Along with Curtis, 2 other firefighters would have died that day. Curtis's wife Jeanette and his 2 daughters Deneen and Angela understandably were devastated by their father's sudden demise. Since these events gained nationwide attention, the family were constantly pestered by the media, which further intensified their mental suffering. Also, the house they lived in was built by Curtis himself, and his memories haunted them when they stayed in the house. As a result, the family decided to move somewhere far from the current home. So, Jeanette began her house hunt online, during which she stumbled upon a property that seemed a steal for its asking price. Also, this house was situated on the outskirts of the city. Jeanette visited this property and, upon inspection, understood that the house needed to be restored. However, she ended up buying the house as her husband's firefighter friends offered to help her with the renovations. Quickly after purchasing the house, even before renovating it, the family moved into a house. During this mass renovation, a lot of windows and doors that secured the house were in need of being removed, and Jeanette was worried about the property's security. So she ended up fixing 7 surveillance cameras all around the house. The cameras live streamed the footage to her laptop. Jeanette started to watch this footage to while away the time. One day, in one particular feed that showed an area of the house which was adjacent to the woods, she saw something disturbing. In the feed, she saw a figure that appeared to be a cloaked man emerge slowly out of the woods and walk through the driveway of the house. He stopped at a point and started eerily staring at the house. As a shocked Jeanette continued watching the feed, the man walked back into the woods and disappeared. Since the quality of the feed was not great, Jeanette was not able to clearly figure out what she had seen on it, and as she stood there wondering what it was, her daughters experienced their first paranormal experiences in that house. While Jeanette stood there wondering, Angela, who was upstairs reading a book while leaning on the wall behind her bed, heard someone tapping on the wall she was leaning on. The sound of the taps increased with time, and eventually it felt as if someone was trying to get her attention. She went near the room door, opened it slightly, and peeked through it to see who was tapping the wall. But to her surprise, she found no one. She saw that her sister's room was closed and her mom was looking into her laptop. She thought that she was making it up and went back to her room to continue reading her book. To make sure that she was the one making it up, she placed her ear on the wall to see if the sound still persisted. But as soon as her ear touched the wall, she heard a loud thud on the wall which petrified her. She jumped onto her bed and hid under the blanket in terror. At the same time, Deneen heard someone knock on her room's door. However, when she opened it, she found no one. She saw her mother in the hall and her sister's room closed, and thought that the knocks were just her imagination. When she closed the door and got back into her room, she heard 3 distinctive taps this time. When she opened the door, similar to the previous time, she found no one. The young girl shut the door and snuck under her bed in fright. The next day, Jeanette overheard her daughters speaking about the experiences they had the previous day. She immediately interrupted their conversation and told them that since the house was new to them, the normal sounds it makes creeped them out. A few days later, the basement was scheduled to be renovated next. Upon investigation, her husband's friends found that the basement was cluttered with unused items. As they removed the things, they found a pentagram and called Jeanette to show it to her. In order to prevent their daughters from freaking out, she asked them to paint over it. Her daughters, however, had found multiple pentagrams all around their house, but hid them from their mother, thinking that she would be unnerved if she came to know about it. One day, Angela had to stay all alone in the house for a few hours, and during this period, she was asked by her mother to clean the refrigerator. As she was cleaning the refrigerator in the kitchen, Angela constantly felt as if someone was around her. The presence became so intimidating that she decided to clean the refrigerator after her mom returned. As she closed the refrigerator door, she was startled by the sound of multiple utensils being thrown around. She ran to her room in fear and rolled herself up in a corner of the room. When Jeanette returned, she was terrified looking at the state of her kitchen and immediately ran to her daughter's room to check on her. Angela explained to her what happened, and Jeanette couldn't reject it because of the look Angela had on her face. Jeanette was induced into a guilt trip for not being able to help her daughters. The renovation was reaching its final stages, and the walls of the house were the next in the checklist. While demoing on the walls, a journal tied in lace was found by the crew. They called Jeanette and gave it to her. The journal had the year in which the house was constructed, the photo of its original owner, and a few weird drawings. On looking at those drawings for a few more seconds, Jeanette figured out they were sacrifice ritual drawings, and all of them pointed to the basement of the house. Yet again, to avoid scaring her daughters, she destroyed the journal. One day, while Angela was in her room listening to songs on her headphones, she heard someone call out her name. She went out of her room to check if her mom and sister had called her, but her mom was washing the dishes, and her sister was in the bathroom taking a shower. Because of the previous experiences she had in the house, she went back to her room in fear. As she entered her room, she heard the voice call her again, but this time it said, "Call Deneen." Before she could comprehend what she had heard her sister shout at the top of her voice from the bathroom. Angela and her mother rushed into the bathroom and saw Deneen curled up on the floor. They wrapped her in a towel and took her back to her room. So why did Deneen shout? She heard the voice of a man and footsteps in the bathroom, and as she looked through the frosted shower room glass, a huge hand hit the glass hard. After hearing this, Jeanette wanted to leave the house at once, but her financial investment and the renovation efforts her husband's friends had put into the house stopped her. Angela was finding it hard and always went out of the house every time she had a chance. One such day, she went out of the house and sat on a swing near the driveway. Jeanette, however, made sure she had her eyes on her daughter and kept watching her through the window while washing the dishes. Once her washing was done, she went to the hall, opened her laptop, and watched over her daughter through the camera feeds. As she watched, she saw the same black cloaked figure come out of the woods and stand right next to her daughter. As she ran out of the house toward her daughter, she heard the screams of her daughter. When she went near Angela, the figure was already gone, and Angela was on the ground with a badly hurt ankle. She said that someone had pushed her from the swing. After this incident, Jeanette never left her daughter alone at the house. One day, however, she had gone to a pharmacy and left her Angela all alone in the house after a long time. As soon as she left, Angela went to her room, put on her headphones, played her favourite music, and closed her eyes in an attempt to sleep. With her eyes closed, along with the song that she was playing, she heard loud banging sounds. As she opened her eyes, she saw her closet door rattling. She snuck under her bed, crawled towards the wall, and looked at the closet door. She saw the door forcefully open, and a figure walked out of it. The only part of this figure that looked human was its feet. The figure slowly walked towards her bed, stood near it for a few minutes, and walked out the room. She heard it go downstairs, and gave out a sigh of relief. The sound of its footsteps stopped, and Angela tried crawling in. But while she was halfway out, she heard the figure come running up the stairs. It stood right in front of the bed with its toes pointing towards her. The figure got on top of her bed, and slowly its head descended with its sunken eyes staring right at Angela. The figure appeared to have skin rotting away from its head. Angela squeals at this eerie sight, after which the creature goes back onto the bed. She heard it jump off the bed, but it was nowhere to be seen. The footsteps, however, were being heard all around the house. Angela went through this ordeal for almost 45 minutes, after which her mother returned. The house was cleansed, after which the paranormal event stopped. The family still resides in this house with one obscure question. What in actuality haunted this house? There's a house in Gary, Indiana, which is fondly called the Demon House. However, if you walk through the street in which it's located, you wouldn't even notice it. This modest single-story house that has 3 bedrooms in it looks nothing extraordinary from the neighbouring constructions, but the house has a dark history. Latoya Ammons, who was a mother of 3, lived in the house along with her mother Rosa Campbell and her kids. This woman reported to the police that her children were thrown on walls by demons. When the police got her report, They at first thought that Latoya was an incompetent parent, so they sent child protective services and police officers to make sure she was a woman fit to be a parent. However, the police, when they arrived, were shocked by what they saw. After multiple allegations against Latoya for apparently treating her kids badly, and her own report of her children getting thrown against the wall by demons, the police sent child protective services to the house to investigate and make sure that the house was a safe place for her children. Along with the case manager, Valerie Washington, Lieutenant Gruska was sent by the sheriff's department to aid her. When Gruska entered the house, Valerie pulls him away from the family's hearing zone and tells him about the things she had figured out in her investigation. 8 days ago, Washington was in a hospital, sitting in a waiting room along with a psychologist. Latoya's mother, Rosa, Latoya's oldest son, Andrew, and her youngest son, Amante. When they were talking with each other, Amante walked to the middle of the room in a tranced state, with his back rolled into his skull, and started to make a deep growling sound which was extremely deep for a 7-year-old. While Washington and the psychologist were petrified at this sight, Rosa didn't seem to budge, and her behaviour was as if she had seen it before. She walked towards him, held his hand, and started to repeatedly shout, "You are not you." As she kept saying, "You are not you," Amante started to backpedal towards a wall, and as Rosa still kept holding his hands firmly, he started walking up the wall by pressing against Rosa. He kept walking up the wall, tiptoed himself on the ceiling, flipped over, and landed on his feet. Washington and the psychologist, freaked out by this behaviour, literally ran out of the room and dragged a doctor back with them. The doctor, in utter disbelief, asked Amante if he could do that again, but he replied, "I didn't do anything." After hearing Washington's story, 2 other officers named Miller and Austin were sent to the house to aid with their investigation. So the 4 of them asked Latoya to accompany them inside the house. However, she would instinctively reject them, and she told them that she and her kids would never enter the house again. As a result, Rosa would enter the house again with the 4 other investigators. The group went around the house taking pictures and recording videos the whole time. After they were done with the other parts of the house, they entered the basement of the house. According to Latoya, it was the basement that was paranormally the most active. The investigators, upon entering the basement, saw burned down candles, an altar, and a nativity scene. Gruska would also notice that the area under the staircase had broken concrete pieces, which indicated that the flooring part was ripped apart. When Rosa was questioned about the weirdness the basement beheld, she simply said, "There's a presence down there." The group then split up as Gruska and Austin stayed back in the basement to click a few extra pictures while the others went upstairs. As Gruska walked back upstairs, he saw Rosa waiting for him. She asked him if he took pictures under the stairs, to which he said yes. It was then she would reveal something disturbing. She said, "Sometimes at night, when we're sleeping on the main floor, we'll hear commotion in the basement." She also said that it sounded like someone was bumping on the underside of the stairs, and then they would hear footsteps walking up the wooden steps. But whatever it was, they would stop on the other side of the door and stay there for hours, which stopped them from opening the door. Gruska immediately went back to his office and uploaded the pictures he took in the basement. In one of the pictures he took under the stairs, he saw a white cloud on the right side of the picture. When zoomed in, something that appeared like a man's face appeared in the cloud. In the zoomed in picture, he noticed a green mist on the left side, and on this mist appeared something that appeared to be a woman's face. However, Gruska and Austin, who stayed back in the basement, swore that they didn't see any such mist. When they listened to the audio they had recorded in the basement, apart from their voice, they heard a third voice in a deep, grumpy voice say, "Hey." After his investigation, Gruska decided to visit Father Maginot, after which a second investigation was done in the house. April 30th, Gruska met Latoya Amon's priest named Maginot. Father Maginot had visited the Amon's residence 5 days before the investigation started, and when he visited, the family still inhabited the place. So to get an understanding of the ambience of the house when the family resided in it, Gruska interviewed Father Maginot. Father Maginot said that he was called to the house by Latoya herself to fight the demons in the house. When he was sitting on the main floor with the family, the bathroom lights started flickering. To check what it was, he went into the bathroom, but the moment he stepped inside, the flickering stopped. But when he came out and sat in its place, it started to flicker again. This cycle continued multiple times. When this was going on, Latoya pointed out a liquid forming on the window blinds in the room that they were all sitting in. Father Maginot walked towards it to give a closer look. He found that the liquid was dripping down without a source, as there appeared to be no leaks. As he was investigating, he along with the family saw a cord that controls the blind, moving all by itself. The window was closed, and they couldn't find a logical explanation. As Father Maginot stood there trying to contemplate the things going on around him, he saw a huge shoe print right next to him. It was too big to match the footprints of the people in the house. He advised the family not to be in the house any longer, and this was the reason for the family moving out. On May 10th, Gruska, with a new child protective services manager and a bunch of police officers, went back to Ammon's house. By then, the house had been uninhabited for at least 2 weeks. When Gruska arrived, he was greeted by Father Maginot, Latoya's family, and a whole other bunch of officers with canine units. But why so many officials this time? The reason was that extreme weirdness like home invasion intruders in the house was being reported about the house. Before commencing their second home study, the officers sent in a canine to rule out human presence. The dog came back normally, indicating there was no one else in the house. After this event, Latoya, Father Maginot, and the police officials entered the house. When they entered, they found the main level undisturbed. However, as they entered the basement, they found a couple of extremely odd things. As they entered, they found an oily substance on the stairs with no clear origins. The oil went all the way down the stairs and disappeared under the staircase. As they began walking through the stairs, the new case manager touched a cabinet that seemed built in on the walls near the stairs. As soon as she touched it, she screamed in pain. She said that her hand started hurting the moment she touched it and turned pale white. Her pinky was badly hurt just by touching the cabinet. The crew descended further into the basement, trailing the oil, and ended up under the stairs. By this time, the police officials were quite convinced that something in that zone was the cause of all these disturbances, and they decided to dig up the dirt present there. As Gruska dug up almost 2 feet under, he found a pink dress-on fingernail and a woman's underwear. As he continued digging, he found a pin, a lid of a pan from the house, and other things from the family. The things they found made the officials think that someone had been taking things from upstairs and digging them under the stairs. They then put the soil back in place and decided to leave the basement. As they left the house, Rosa called them and showed them something weird. There was the same oily substance dripping on the window blinds. This resembled what Father Maginot had confessed. The officers at first suspected that Rosa was behind it, so Gruska wiped off the liquid and crew went out of the house. They returned 25 minutes later to find the liquid back again on the blind. Father Maginot told them that throughout history, liquid oozing out of nowhere was common in demon-infested houses. They then left the house and locked it. Austin, the officer who accompanied Gruska during his first investigation in the basement, captured a few snaps of the house when it was closed and inhabited. In one of the official photographs he took, a shadow figure was seen standing in the exact same position where the liquid was oozing from. The house was bought by Zach Bagans, the host of Ghost Adventures. He made a documentary of the house and later demolished it in 2016. Melanie, a 24-year-old new mother, is the protagonist of this story. After many struggles, she got hitched to the love of her life, and because of her love for kids, became a mother within a year after her marriage. She works as an associate manager at Wendy's International, and she was on maternity leave during this event. Melanie is an extremely pious woman, and she never starts a day without prayers. Melanie's husband had to go off the station for his work. As a result, she decided to stay in her parents' home until he returned. With her newborn not even aging a month, she moved into her parents' house on the 25th of June, 2015. She received quite a warm welcome from her parents. Unfortunately for her, her infant constantly kept crying at night and never allowed her to sleep. This forced her to sleep during the day while leaving her infant in the care of her parents. Eventually, this sleep pattern turned out to become a routine, and she became a night owl. All of a sudden, one day, her baby started acting weird. She refused to feed and constantly kept shouting at the top of her high-pitched voice. The baby gazed at an empty corner of the house, and her face expressed extreme fear. Her cries didn't stop until she was taken out of the house. Melanie was confused by the baby's behavior and called her doctor, asking him for suggestions. He advised her to bring the baby to the hospital so that he could check the reason for her cries in person. Melanie obliged, and she paid a visit to the hospital with her baby. However, things didn't change, and the baby kept constantly crying for the entire day. Surprisingly, that night, the baby fell sound asleep, which left Melanie as the only person awake in the house. The atmosphere in the room slowly began to change to dark, and she started to feel as if someone was watching her. However, despite completely checking the room, she found no one other than herself and her baby inside the room. As she crossed a closet in her room to get back on her bed, she heard a hard knock on her closet door. Before she could gather herself, the knock started to grow and become more and more pronounced. Gathering all her courage together, she opened the closet door, closing her eyes. As she slowly opened her eyes, she saw nothing. She laughed to herself, thinking of how gullible she was, and went back to her bed, concluding that the knock was nothing but a hallucination. But was she actually hallucinating? The answer is no. A few minutes later, the knock started again, but this time, even more aggressive. However, Melanie did not pay much attention, and continued pursuing her mission, which was to fall asleep. The knocks grew louder and louder, and all of a sudden, the closet door burst open. It was at this moment that Melanie understood she was not hallucinating. In the dimly lit room, she saw a shadow which appeared to be that of a woman in her gown, slowly emerging out of the closet. Once the shadow appeared to move out of the closet completely, the closet door shut. As she directed her focus towards the thud of the closed door, the shadow disappeared in thin air. Shaken, Melanie ran out of her bed to seek her parents' help, but the bedroom door wouldn't open despite her best efforts. With tears in her eyes, she turned on the lights and took a rosary with her to the bed, hoping that it would protect her and her baby from whatever the shadow was. As she sat on the bed with her baby in her arms, gazing at the closet in front of her, the clock struck 1 a.m. A few minutes later, she heard the knocks yet again, but this time from the window behind her head. She quickly turned around, but she found no one near the window. As she slowly turned back, she saw the shadow standing right next to her, staring at her baby with its featureless face. She pointed the rosary at the figure, but it didn't budge. While she looked at the shadow in terror, she heard a whisper in her ears. It said, "Thanks for bringing your baby to me." She saw that shadow hover its hands over the baby's neck, and the baby began to cry yet again. The cries eventually muted, and the baby began foaming at the mouth. Melanie tried calling her doctor with her phone, but it was to no avail. The baby's heartbeat slowly reduced as Melanie was crying helplessly. Melanie met the fate no other mother would wish for, and she saw her baby slowly die right in front of her eyes. After claiming the life of the innocent soul, the figure never appeared again. To communicate with their deceased mother, two sisters used a Ouija board. However, This Ouija board session would be the starting point for strange, terrifying events in their house. Were these events caused by the phantom of their mom? Or a demon? Or another human? In 1986, Annie and Jessica Andrews lost their mother to cancer. After the abrupt loss of their loving mom, the girls were left mentally devastated. Also, her demise meant that their father, Brian Andrews, had to work for a longer period to fend off the house's needs. This significantly increased the time these girls spent alone at the house. Their time alone at the house made them miss their mom's presence even more. As a result, one night when they were alone at the house, the girls decided to use a Ouija board to connect with their mother's soul. So they went down to the basement, and with their half-baked knowledge of how to use it, the girls tried communicating with their mother. Did it work? The Ouija board did not work out as intended. However, the girls were able to feel closer to their mom. The girls put away the board and went back to their respective rooms to sleep. With the night aging fast and their father not returning yet, Jessica heard a tapping sound from the walls of her room. Not sure if it was only her experiencing, she walked into Annie's room to check with her if she heard it as well. To her surprise, Annie was hearing the sound as well. Because of the mentally vulnerable situation they were in, the girls began thinking that it was their mother trying to communicate with them. The girls tried asking questions in hopes of their mother answering, but it never happened. Although scared, the girls were also feeling better as, according to them, their mother's ghost was around them. When Brian got home, the tapping had already stopped, and the girls told him about the events that occurred at home while he was not around. However, Brian was not so happy on hearing this. In fact, he had mixed emotions. He thought the girls were making it up out of their grief and felt bad for them. He also thought about putting them into therapy. He told the girls that their mom was indeed looking out for them and asked them to go check to their room and sleep. After they went back, Brian thought about giving them grief counselling, and he slept as well. The tapping, however, persisted for days, and it got worse as days went on. They tried asking his father's help, but he just wouldn't believe them. Eventually, the girls started going crazy over the sound as their sleep started getting disrupted. Also, every time they would leave the house locked and come back, the stuff inside the house would appear to have moved around. Brian would blame his daughters for this, but the girls were actually innocent. He advised them to stop the ruckus, even though they didn't do it, and told them that he would make them meet a grief counsellor if it continued. The girls were insistent that they were innocent, but their father just wouldn't believe it. The fact that their father didn't believe them put the girls in a terrible situation. The events grew violent, and the girls eventually realised whoever was doing this was not their mother. They concluded that an evil entity had latched itself to them after the Ouija board session they had. One evening in January 1987, while sitting in front room of the house, the girls started hearing the tapping sound yet again, but this time it appeared to be coming from the basement. Although scared, the girls felt that they had been through enough abuse and walked into the basement yielding a knife to confront the unknown entity. They found nothing except a note written in red reading, "Come find me. I'm in your closet." The girls were petrified and ran out of the house. They knocked on their neighbour's house and explained to them what happened. The girls stayed in their house until his dad arrived. Brian, already exhausted from his long day at work, got angry at the girls and asked them not to defame their house to live their ghostly fantasy. This was a tipping point, and he sent the girls to a grief counsellor. These events ceased for a while, until another night when the girls were all alone yet again. They started hearing the tapping again, and it seemed to be coming from Annie's bedroom. As the girls went into the room, they saw something written on the wall, and it read, "I'm back. Find me if you can." The girls ran to their neighbour's home and stayed there until their dad returned. After returning, their dad shouted at them in rage and went alone in the house to investigate it himself. As he entered, he saw the stuff inside the house completely disordered. It was at this point he understood that the girls were not lying. As he walked through the mess, he found another note written on the wall, and it read, "Marry me." As he gazed through, he found something even more strange. A young boy dressed in his wife's clothing stood inside the closet with a hatchet. As soon as he got to know that Brian saw him, this young boy ran away from him and magically disappeared. He left the house in a panic and went to his neighbour's home. He made sure his daughters were all right and called the police. The police investigated the house thoroughly, but they couldn't find any clues. They asked the family to leave the house until they found the young guy Brian had seen. For the next 2 weeks, the family stayed in one of their relatives' houses. Throughout this period, one question kept ringing in Brian's head. How did the guy magically disappear? Also, Brian went through a guilt trip for not trusting his daughters. During this period, no whereabouts of the young boy were found. As their relative's house was too packed, the family decided to move back into their house as they felt that the boy would not return because of the police's attention at the house. As the family was nearing the house, Brian saw a light turned on the second floor of the balcony. As he got a closer look, he saw the boy in the same attire standing next to a window, looking at them. He rushed to the police and told them what he saw. Brian, along with the police officials, entered the house, and as they entered, they saw pennies glued all across the house. Police searched in every nook and corner of the house, but they couldn't find any traces. However, when one police officer investigated the basement, he found a wooden piece behind the dryer. When he moved the dryer, he was surprised by how effortless it was. When he moved the wooden piece, he found a hidden crawl space. When they tracked it, they found that it went through all the walls in the house. Upon inspecting these mazy spaces, they found the man behind all this mess, Daniel LePlanque. He was caught red-handed inside these crawl spaces. The deranged teenager, after breaking up with Annie, had stayed in between the walls of the house for 2 whole months, stalking her and her family the entire time, through the peek holes he made in the walls of the house. He used a Ouija board session to create a narrative to spook the girls. I have a 16-year-old daughter who apparently snuck out of her room last night. She hasn't been home, hasn't gone to work, can't get a hold of her from any of her friends. I'm scared to death, is what Skylar's dad told 911 when she went missing. On July 5th, 2012, 16-year-old Skylar niece returned home after a night shift at Wendy's. She was all exhausted into her family's apartment, told her parents she was extremely tired, hugged them, and told them that she loved them. Then, her parents literally saw her walk through the first floor hallway, enter her room, and shut the door as always. The next day, her parents, Mary and Dave, woke up early as they had to go to work, but Skylar seemed to be still sleeping as her door was still shut. Once their morning chores were done, they left for work without seeing or speaking with Skylar, as they didn't want to disturb their sleeping daughter. Later that day, Dave returned early from work and found her daughter's room still closed. Guessing that she was still asleep, he knocked on her door trying to wake her up, but as there was no answer, he broke into the room. He stood, staring at his daughter's bed, and she wasn't there. Skylar was the girl who always told her parents about her plans for the day, so Dave initially thought if his daughter had informed her anything. But as he couldn't recollect anything, he tried ringing her. She wasn't reachable. So he called his wife Marie, who told her to check with one of her friends as she might be with them. Dave, in a panicked state, rang Sheila, who was one of Skylar's close friends. Sheila told him that Skylar was not with her, and they spoke the previous night when everything seemed to be okay. Dave asked her to let him know if she gets to know the whereabouts of his daughter, and hung up the call. Dave ventured into his daughter's room in search of clues, and something strange struck him. The mesh screen on the room's window was missing, and the window wasn't fully closed. It had a gap big enough to sneak a finger through it. He found the mesh screen in Skylar's closet. Also, he found a bench positioned perfectly under the window. Dave could arrive at a vague conclusion that his daughter had been sneaking out of the house. However, if Skylar had come back home after sneaking out, she would have placed the mesh back in place and moved the bench in order to avoid getting caught. This simple logic made Dave conclude that his daughter did not return home after sneaking out the previous night. With time, Mary arrived home, and the worried parents decided to give their daughter a couple more hours of time to return. However, when they received a call from Wendy's asking if they knew why their daughter didn't turn up to work, this proved to be the tipping point. Dave called the police and a complaint was filed. Later that evening, Sheila rang Mary and inquired if Skylar had returned, to which she told her that she didn't, and that they had informed the police. Panicked by what she heard, Sheila told Mary that she had met Skylar the previous night. Sheila, Skylar, and Rachel had been best friends for a really long time, and they used to always hang out together. But what her parents didn't know was this trio sneaked out of their houses at night and smoked weed together. Mary was shocked to hear this. Sheila also said that, in order to not wake up their parents, both while picking up and dropping, they would park the car 2 blocks away from their houses. And like always, they dropped Skylar 2 blocks away from her house the previous night. This frightened Mary and Dave, making them think that their child was abducted. So Skylar's parents met Sheila's parents and went about searching all around their apartment in hopes of finding their daughter. Despite wasting hours together and knocking on a multitude of doors, they found no clues of Skylar's whereabouts. It was then Mary remembered that their apartment building had a security camera facing the road. They rushed to their apartment and viewed the footage after explaining the situation to the security manager. Sheila said that she dropped off Skylar at 12 a.m, but the footage showed Skylar running towards a car at 12:30 and getting into its back seat herself. The car was so far away that its make or registration number was not visible. Seeing this footage relieved Dave and Mary of the fear of abduction, as she seemed to get into the car willingly. The police went through the footage and told the parents that Skylar had run away, and it was quite common in teens. They told her that she would most probably return when she feels comfortable. Despite the police's best efforts and flyers put all over the town, Skylar's whereabouts remained obscure for almost 6 months. However, in December of the same year, Rachel had an extreme mental breakdown. She went around breaking things and punching her family. It got so bad that her mom called the police and asked for assistance. The police went to her house and admitted her to a nearby psychiatric hospital where she was treated for a few days. The moment she was discharged, right to the police station to make a blood-curdling confession. Back on the day when Skylar went missing, she came back from her night shift and went to her room to sleep. As she wasn't feeling drowsy yet, she was fidgeting with her phone and reading the messages she had received. It was then she received messages from Rachel and Sheila asking her if she could sneak out and join them to smoke weed with them that night. But Skylar outright rejected it. Why did she reject it? According to some of her other friends, Sheila and Rachel were seemingly avoiding Skylar, and the trio was appearing to be turning into a duo of Sheila and Rachel. Seeing her best friends change hurt Skylar, and to show her resentment, she started to avoid them. However, she gave in to their persuasions and decided to hang out with them that night. Sheila came in a car and picked Skylar up right in front of her apartment building. Yes, the car that was seen in that footage was none other than Sheila's. The girls decided to go to an inhabited place, which was around 45 minutes from the town, to smoke weed. Since it was a place they had already been to, Skylar didn't think much of it. The girls got to the location, got out of the car, sat in such a way that Skylar was closest to the car, and started to roll the joint. When Sheila was about to light it, she figured out that she had left the lighter inside the car itself. She asked Skylar to get her from the car, to which she obliged. As Skylar was walking towards the car, she heard her 2 friends shout, 1, 2, 3. And before she could react, she felt 2 knives getting plunged into her back. She tried running away from the attackers, but Sheila tackled her down, and with the help of Rachel, pinned her down. The girls then started to stab Skylar in the chest and neck again and again, while she kept asking, "Why are you doing this to me?" Rachel stopped after a few stabs, but Sheila kept stabbing until her neck stopped making gurgling sounds. The girls then brought shovels and bleach from the car. They cleaned themselves and their knives with bleach and tried to dig a grave with the shovels. But since the ground was too hard, they threw Skylar's body on a log that lay nearby and threw rocks, sticks, and everything that their hands could pick up on her body. They covered her body completely and left the place after clearing any possible evidence. On investigation, it was found that Sheila and Rachel had planned this for a month and finally executed it to perfection. So why did they kill Skylar? They killed her because they didn't like her. Yeah, you heard that right. They killed her because they didn't like her anymore. To add on, when Skylar's remains were found by the police, Sheila tweeted, "We really did go on 3." One summer, when I was around 12, I was staying up late by myself and felt the urge to go outside. I went out my front door in a well-lit subdivision at probably 2 a.m. and saw strange lights and heard beeping noises coming from an adjacent street. I walked down to the entrance of the street, and I shit you not, it was a classic saucer-shaped UFO sitting in the cul-de-sac. I ran back to my house and tried to wake up my brother, but he wouldn't budge. I woke up my mom, and she told me it was probably just a telephone transistor malfunctioning to go back to sleep. I worked up the courage to go down there and see it one more time. I noticed that even with the sound and lights, not one other person was outside. I eventually went back home and went straight to my room and fell asleep. This was highly unusual for me, as I always had a hard time getting to sleep, and especially after I saw a damn UFO, you'd think I'd be freaking out a little more. Didn't even discuss it with my family in the morning. A week or so later, I woke up out of a dead sleep to myself loudly repeating, "Hello? Hello? Hello?" This still gives me chills almost 20 years later. Something answered me back in a high-pitched metallic sounding hi. I immediately passed out from fear and remembered nothing else. I woke up in the morning and again, didn't even feel the need to tell my family the fucked up thing that happened. A few years later, when the internet got bigger, I started looking for UFO reports in my area around that time, and there were several confirmed sightings of unidentified lights or crafts in the sky from reputable sources, and at least one from a police officer. So I have a dog, and I almost always walk her at night due to my schedule. I'm currently living with my parents who live in a very upscale private community, one which I'm extremely familiar with and have walked hundreds of times before, both during the day and night. It's a very safe place, and I never feel any sort of risk walking at night, aside from visibility to passing cars. Tonight I was taking my dog on her daily walk, and we crossed a road that led from one section of the subdivision to another. While entering the next section, I noticed up ahead, about 80 to 100 meters, a figure moving down the road across from the direction I was going. The best way I can describe it is if a person was wearing a slightly luminescent white hat skipping down the street. The problem is, first of all, there wasn't enough light to get a clear view of whatever I saw. I could definitely see the light that appeared to be a hat, but not enough to discern anything more. And the more disconcerting thing was that even if it was a person wearing a light-up hat, skipping down the street, they would have been moving in slow motion, almost suspended in the air in between jumps. There was also no sound either. After seeing this, I yelled out several times asking if there was anyone there, and didn't get any response. At that point, I noticed that my dog was whimpering and had her tail between her legs. For me, this was the scariest part, because I've never seen her act like that in any situation ever. If she sees another person while we're out walking, she'll get excited and pull on the leash wanting to go up and say hi. If there's another dog or animal she's unsure of, she'll bark and start running in circles around me. I've never under any circumstance seen her act scared and start whimpering. That was enough to make me nope and turn the hell around. Like I said, I don't have any belief in anything paranormal. I had no intention of fucking around with whatever the hell I had just encountered. So we turned around and finished our walk. I admittedly glanced behind frequently, making sure there wasn't anyone following. We're now home safe, which leads me to writing this now. I've never experienced something like this, and I have no idea what to think. I think it would be more likely I hallucinated or something, rather than it being anything paranormal. But the thing that bugs me the most is my dog's extremely uncharacteristic reaction. If I had been seeing things, then why would she have behaved in a way she never had before? This morning, I had the most frightening experience of my life. Just to set the scene, my room has my bed in the middle against the back wall, directly in front of my closet. I woke up with a sweat at around 2 a.m, thinking it was too hot, so I got up to turn on my fan. I felt paranoia, as anyone would feel walking across their room at 2 a.m. But something was strange. Something was watching me. I didn't know where from, but I thought nothing of it. I put quiet music in my Google Home and went back to sleep. I woke up maybe at 3:50 again, still sweating. This was strange as I just turned on my fan. My music had stopped. My Google Home was showing the sign that it was trying to connect to the Wi-Fi. I realized I was too tired to move, so I shifted my eyes to in front of me to reveal my closet and to see someone staring at me with a flat expression. I squinted my eyes to see if I was looking clearly, but as I realized I was in reality and everything was real, it realized I was awake. A flat expression shifted to a large smile. I got up in my bed to get my fight or flight instinct ready, but by the time I lifted myself up, the noise of something falling came from my closet and the doors closed. My Google Home reconnected to the Wi-Fi and blared my music aloud. My parents walked into my room and said, "What's going on? What was that noise?" I explained everything, and they believed me. We ended up moving my mattress onto the floor into my parents' room. Anyway, now it's been 10 hours since this experience. I'm still shocked and in confusion. What if I never woke up? Was the sweat a warning sign? Why was my Wi-Fi disconnected from my Google Home and reconnect when the closet shut? If anyone has had similar experiences, please help out. I'm scared to go into my room now. I know it's easy for me to be seeing stuff, but I reacted when it knew I was awake, so something's not right. I lived in a haunted house when I was a kid. Always felt uneasy, like I was being watched, especially at night, and would often have intrusive thoughts and emotions. It was more aimed at a shed on our property, like whatever was there was dangerous. Whenever I was outside, I would keep it in my sights. I even saw an apparition, an old man with thinning hair wearing a white shirt and blue jean overalls that were unlatched on one side. His face looked normal, and yet not at the same time, like it was warping in my mind, and I didn't understand what I was seeing. He just glared at the house from across the street, until he realised I was looking at him. Then he turned to stare at me. I was frozen until my mother, who had gone inside, called for me and broke whatever was happening. When I looked back, he was gone. This was the same house where I was diagnosed with epilepsy, and I had my first, only sleepwalking incident, of which I remember everything about. Like I specifically recall wavering for several minutes before grabbing my pillow and taking it with me. If my mother hadn't woken up and I hadn't gotten caught by a kitchen chair, I feel like I would have gone outside, if not to the shed itself. A few years back, we were back in that area and my mother decided she wanted to drive by it. The emotions I felt were still there, only they seemed stronger than I remembered. The intrusive thoughts were there too, and they were saying we needed to leave. That we weren't meant to be there. No one was meant to be there. Now that I'm older, I feel like the old man was separate from the uneasy feeling I felt about the shed. I'm certain it was him who didn't like noise, who left the intrusive thoughts and feelings that I'll get in trouble if I'm too loud. But the shed seemed different. The house still stands empty from what I know. It's overgrown and falling apart. We were told no one ever lived there for long. So me and my friend found an abandoned school building and decided to check it out on the inside. When we entered, there was nothing weird going on. We walked a bit around, looking into classes and guessing what they might have been for. We were somewhere on the second floor when we started hearing footsteps on the third floor, moving in the attic. My friend wanted to leave, but I decided to check it out. When we entered the attic though, it was completely empty, except some interesting items. The first odd thing I saw was a random ladder that had been sprayed with paint. Just as a table with pants, also painted, and a knife. I decided to leave when I noticed the knife. This was when I heard the basement door slam, and just normally slam, but violently slam shut. We stayed silent for a few seconds until we heard footsteps going down the basement with heavy steps. When we noticed this, we decided to take this chance and bolt. We ran downstairs to the main floor as fast as we could, running out of the building, taking our bikes and getting the hell out of there. We got home safely, not believing what possibly could have happened if he or she got us. Until I froze. My friend asked what was wrong until I said, "Where was the person that entered the attic?" We didn't hear or notice anyone leave the attic, and it was completely empty, so where did they go? We still don't know the answer. Throughout my life, I've experienced a plethora of paranormal happenings. I'm not a medium, I don't think. I don't talk to ghosts or see them often, but I would say I'm sensitive, particularly to sensations and energies. But these stories are a bit lame, so I'll go into detail about the experiences that really matter. Starting with the longest, as well as the most significant story that I can remember, which is around the 7th grade. One of my closest friends at the time had a haunted house that was built during the times of the Underground Railroad, and based on the layout of the basement and the history of the area, was also used as a stop for those traversing the Underground Railroad. I had some weird experiences there, seeing the back half of people around corners or ominous feelings and sensations, but nothing like this. He had a large basement that was basically open portions on the walls for storage. A bit above the ground like a window with no glass that led back about 10 feet or so. A crawl space is what I think they're called. The basement was laid out in a way so that when you come down the stairs, there's a wall on the right and a wall just in front at the bottom. So you enter the basement on the left. In doing so, you're welcomed into a large rectangular room with a door about 10 feet on the left leading to a smaller room, as well as 2 doors straight ahead on the opposite side of the room. There was basically a large closet on the left side, and a propped open door leading to under his front porch. That's where any bit of light would come in, and had been propped open as long as Aidan could remember by debris or trash, etc. In that smaller room I mentioned on the left side of the main room was where those interesting storage areas were. Maybe 2 or 3 of those crawl spaces, one on each side of the inside walls. Gave the impression that something or someone was being hidden in that basement. I hope that made some sense. It would do the story well to explain how ominous this house was. As I said before, I pick up on energies and feelings, often getting a bit of my tingle down my spine when I feel things. This was a heavy, sad, and extremely grating. As a kid, I loved ghosts, still do, and found myself over there constantly trying to work up the courage to go down to that basement and ghost hunt. Usually nobody else wanted to do it, but on this specific night, it was just me and the kid who lived there. I'll call him Aiden, and I was actually able to convince him to ghost hunt with me. I had brought an old camcorder with a shitty night vision mode, an EVP recorder, and some flashlights. We went around the main floor doing what kids do, asking, "Is anyone there?" and freaking ourselves out. We went from room to room and repeated this tactic. Nothing happened. Not until we got into the basement. As we worked up the courage to do so, I opened the old door and was greeted with pitch darkness. I flick on my flashlight and we make our move. We rounded the corner at the bottom of the stairs, those old wooden kind with gaps in between. With me leading the charge full of false confidence and excitement. We flashed our lights around the main room, scanning over large piles of trash and debris that the old, unfinished basement had piled up over years and years of neglect. Spider webs and dust skewed our vision a bit deeper into the room, but we trudged forward, making sure to watch our step. Our first goal was to enter the side room off to the left, a large storage room with shelves and, of course, those crawl spaces I had mentioned. We asked the typical questions as I switched on the camera, and Aiden did the same with the EVP recorder. I felt cold, but it was cold that night, so I brushed it off. "Is anyone here?" Seconds went by with no sounds. "Can you send us a sign?" Nothing. I scanned my flashlight through the crawl spaces and saw nothing but large tunnels of dirt and debris. It was creepy, yeah, but nothing more than some kids being afraid of the dark. We moved on and out of that room, back into the rectangular main room. We moved towards a small closet and the propped open door, continuing our questions, when Aiden decided he wanted to go into the closet alone. I decided that was fine and stood outside alone, asking my own questions and quietly shitting my pants. It was terrifying. Such a heavy and disturbing presence. But nothing happened. Nothing but silence. After what felt like 10 minutes, Aiden exited the room disappointed and said he got nothing. I sighed in agreement and we resigned ourselves to going upstairs to regroup and trying something else. We walk about halfway down the rectangular room towards the stairs when we hear a loud, grating, scraping sound from just behind us and a sudden bang. We both scream desperately and run for the stairs, tripping a bit on the way and using our hands like dogs to propel ourselves up the stairs in record time. Going up those stairs with the gaps in them, I just barely registered that the propped open door had been slammed shut. But I didn't have time to look. I couldn't look. I had to get out of there. A few minutes go by of us in utter disbelief, asking ourselves what the fuck just happened. It was all so fast and yet so painstakingly slow. All that silent lead up made that conclusion that much scarier, but we couldn't just leave it be. Of course not. We were kids. White kids at that. So we decided to go back down and officially see what had happened. We turned on the overhead lights and cautiously made our way down. As I suspected, the door was slammed shut, but not firmly like I assumed. There was a small crack filled with piled up trash and debris, but I had still closed significantly. We looked around for any explanation. An old, hard plastic Nalgene water bottle in the crack, covered in dust and debris, now full of deep scratches and scrapes. Based on the position of the bottle on the door, we assumed it was what was propping the door open. Even if it wasn't, this was evidence that something unnatural had happened. It was ripped, like someone ran a mile with it, scraping the ground and scratched like Wolverine got his claws on it. The door had so violently, with the bottle just under it, that it basically crushed the bottle as it slammed itself shut for no discernible reason. In fact, the way the debris was piled up in the crack of the door with the bottle, it made it impossible for it to swing shut from wind or gravity, as it would take considerable force for even an adult to shut it at all. We couldn't believe it and just kind of gave up and went upstairs to think about it until we passed out. I still have no explanation. That's one story. I have many more, but I'll cherry pick the best ones for you. The next one was at my friend's house, and the layout is irrelevant, so hopefully you guys won't be as confused. Me, my friend Clay, and our mutual friend Will went to sleep at Clay's house watching some shitty movies, and of course, everyone fell asleep before me. Clay's house was haunted too. Not in the same way as Aiden's, but definitely an ominous place to be in. Some of my friends, including Clay, claim to have seen a man in a tall black hat and suit in the basement window, more than once. I have picked up on a woman in white that other friends have also expressed feeling or seeing. I say picked up rather than seen, because I didn't see it with my eyes, more in my head. Like I knew her position halfway up the stairs facing me, with a large white puffy dress and a hand on the banister, face obscured by the stairway ceiling. Hard to explain and not super exciting nor relevant, but it helps set the scene. Anyways, I'm laying on the floor in front of the TV, about 5 feet away from Will, also sleeping on the floor right next to Clay's bed, which he, of course, was sleeping in. I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling, being the last awake and in a house I already felt the creeps in, but eventually, before I knew it, I had passed out. Next thing I know, I'm waking up to the menu of the movie playing over and over again. I was half awake and groggy, but something was off. It was so silent, and yet the flashing light of the menu screen and the faint music filled the whole room. I look at my friend Will sleeping peacefully on the ground, and could only really make out his shape as his face was facing the other direction. He was knocked out, and seeing him made me feel a bit at ease. I look around the room, watching as the light cascades over Clay's furniture, and turn my attention to the door to see it's closed, which also eases my stress a bit. Then I shift my body to my side and look up to Clay's bed. Looking over him is an oblong black shadow or mist, for lack of a better word. It was an undulating sort of rhythmically, like a heartbeat or something. At first, my brain wrote it off as a shadow created by the light that was beaming from the TV. But when the menu shifted to a scene briefly that was much brighter, and the room was illuminated significantly, showing the black shadow even more clearly. But it didn't change. With this bit of light, I could make out the depth of the shadow, being off the wall and a bit in the air, instead of plastered against the wall. And yet, it became no brighter. No bits of its form were illuminated, but everything around it was. It was like it absorbed the light, rather than reflecting it like a natural object would. I was very suddenly pulled back into sleep, no longer in fear or anything. Just passed out. As if the figure noticed my gaze and didn't want me to see. When we all awoke, all of us had our pants down our thighs around our knees. Me and Clay were wearing jeans with our belts fully buckled when we passed out, and yet they were undone and around our knees. Pretty violating, but at the very least we still had our underwear on, and we were teen boys, so we just laughed it off. Or tried to. I told them about what I saw, but I'm sure they didn't believe me. Looking back, I'm disturbed more by the pants than the apparition. Years later, I was living in a house with my mom that we all absolutely loved. To clarify the purpose of the story, this house didn't feel haunted to me. It had its weird moments, but it was a pretty regular house. It had a finished basement where my brother and I stayed. For purposes of the story, I'll explain the layout around that area of the house. There was a landing or square hallway that when you entered had a bathroom on the right, a room just ahead, and a room to the left. Further on the left was the entrance to the basement. From the entrance to this landing, you had a good peripheral view down the stairs. The stairs went down about 5 steps before the wall opened up on the left side, revealing a view into the basement living room. At the bottom of these stairs, they turned to the left, which was clearly in view from the top of the stairs, thanks to that open portion of the wall. I got home early from school one day, when I finally got my own car. and there was no one else parked. Just me, a newly free teen with the ability to get where I please. I was so excited about driving that I didn't really register that there was no one there in the front of my mind. It was an afterthought. I came into the house, eventually entering that little landing I told you about. Out of the corner of my eye, on the left, at the bottom of the stairs, on that left side, just barely in view from that exposed wall, I saw something, or someone. I did a bit of a light double take and looked directly for enough time to register a boy. About 14 or 15 with kind of emo Justin Bieber haircut, where one of the eyes is obscured a bit. He was standing facing the wall, looking towards the stairs, but not at me. He had brown hair and a jacket that was, as far as I can remember, either black and grey or black and brown. It had black stripes for sure, horizontal across the unzipped Earth 2010s looking jacket. He was a white kid, maybe 5'8" or 5'9" max, and wearing either jeans or khakis. I got all of this from my peripheral view and a very, very short direct view. And it was years ago, so forgive me for forgetting a bit. I thought nothing of it. I thought nothing of it because this was my brother. But the weird thing was, this was my brother about 3 or 4 years before we had moved to that house. A preteen when we were, at that time, about 17 or 18 and 19, 20 respectively. As this all happens in a second or less, I turn my back to the stairs absent-mindedly and go into the bathroom to wash my hands, as I had something sticky or gross on them for whatever reason. As I did, I called out, "What's up, man? I didn't see your car. Did your friend drop you off?" I just kind of looked at myself in the mirror, expecting an answer. But nothing comes. It was starting to hit me. As I processed everything I saw and realised there was no response as well, and no cars outside, my stomach dropped. I came out from the bathroom and peered down the stairs. Silence. I ran down expecting an intruder or something, and I scoured the entire basement. No one was there. I was sweating bullets. I was beginning to realise that even if that was my brother, he was so much younger than he was supposed to be. He was wearing the style of clothes he didn't wear anymore. He was expressionless, maybe even featureless. I didn't look for long enough. I ran upstairs and sat with my dogs until he got home. It only took about 20 minutes, as he was at a friend's house just down the street, and we all had plans. He was in disbelief too, but brushed it off and we all just kind of moved on. I had one more experience in that house that sticks with me. I was in my room, in my bed, which was situated in a way where the closet was on my left, about 5 feet. I was watching something on my little TV and kind of tunnel visioned on whatever scene I was watching, when I just heard something rustle in the closet. Very light, almost unregistered sound, like a clothes hanger shifting its weight. I look over and gasp slightly. A hand, almost orangish or yellowish with just beyond the wrist, facing me from the right side of the closet, the side that went back a bit behind the wall. As quickly as I'd seen it, it retreated into the closet behind the wall. Instantly I shot up and checked to find, you guessed it, nothing. Nothing out of order or anything. The weirdest thing was, it made no noise when it retreated, but it moved so fast. Inhumanly fast. Like if you got shocked and your arm just immediately retreats without you meaning to move it. But even faster. I kind of just sat down and looked there for a bit. It never happened again. Whenever I took the bus for school, I was pretty alone on the bus rides. I was always on one of those small buses. We did have other kids on there, but the highest number of kids on the bus was probably around 5. I was the only one from my school there. All the other kids went to the same school. Plus, I've had about 4 different bus drivers in my time. The one I'm about to talk about lost her husband about a year before and was out for a long time. Anyways, this takes place 4 or 5 years ago. I was pretty young still. For morning rides, we dropped off the other kids and we were heading to my school. We were the only ones on the road when the bus suddenly stopped on the side of the road. I was really confused. I thought the bus broke down. Being the shy kid I was, I didn't say anything. I just waited. My bus driver then randomly opened the door. I started to feel a bit uneasy. We weren't at my school yet, so why is she opening the door? She was just staring out the door for like 2 minutes when I finally asked her, "Are you okay?" "There's a man there," she said, in such a low voice it gave me the chills. There was no man there, no person at all. She kept staring for a couple of seconds when she finally closed the door and continued driving down the road. She wasn't my bus driver after that year, and I do miss her. She was a very sweet lady, but that moment still freaks me out. I sometimes think that the man she was talking about was her husband. I don't know why she would stop the bus and open the door for a stranger. This all happened about a decade ago at a TA travel center in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I worked the night shift as a prep cook there. While there, I had a few strange experiences that I'll detail now. The first was pretty standard. I was chopping onions, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure walk past me and stop in the corner. When I turned to look, no one was there, and I felt the base of my spine go ice cold. Now to clarify, my family has a history with spirits. I had a great grandma who was a medium. I used to see shadow figures all the time in my childhood home until I was 15 or so, and then started seeing them again when I was in a deep depression with suicidal tendencies. Much better now. In my early 20s. That chill down my spine always accompanied these experiences, and I use it as an indicator a spirit is near. Anyway, after that first experience, I started to ask around, and this was a common occurrence here. 3 or 4 people had the exact same thing happen. Busy with a task, a dark figure at the edge of their vision walks by. When they turn to look, it's gone. It would happen again occasionally, but I just ignore it. The second wasn't a single incident, but something that happened regularly. Usually after seeing it in the corner of my eye again. Part of my job was a prep cook, and was making large batches of soups and chilies for the next day. I'd put these 5-gallon pots on the burners with the meat to start browning, turn to chop the veggies, and when I turned back, all my burners would be off. Fairly innocuous, but it happened too often for it to be my error, and again, it was accompanied by a chill in my spine. The final incident actually happened to someone else, but I was present for it. To explain, here's a quick rundown of how our walk-in was laid out. The door was in my prep kitchen. Inside the walk-in was a second door that led to our freezer. The freezer had its own light switch that was located in the regular walk-in fridge. So the line cook goes into the walk-in. I think nothing of it until he comes out hot a few minutes later, wanted to kick my ass. After I calm him down, he tells me he was in the freezer section when all of a sudden, the lights turn out, and he starts hearing a man laughing coming from the main walk-in. I let him know that not only was it not me, but I'd been in the kitchen the whole time, and no one else had gone in. He goes white as a sheet, and doesn't want to talk about it anymore. At the start of the year, I went to the Philippines for about 2 weeks and spent around 10 days at my late grandmother's house. My grandmother died in 2010, and this was the first time I had visited the country since 2008. But it's usually empty unless family is coming into town. There are 3 rooms in the house: an office, a large spare bedroom, and my grandma's room. Since I'm 23 and was staying in the house with my mom and my 2 other aunts, I was assigned to stay in my grandma's room by myself. The first night, I didn't say anything. The second night, I went out with my cousins and treated them to dinner and some drinks. I wasn't out super late. I probably got back around 12 or 1 in the morning. I also didn't drink very much due to jet lag. Naturally, I went to bed as soon as I got back. At around 4 in the morning, I was on my side and woke up momentarily to roll out onto my back. As I rolled over, I opened my eyes and I saw a figure at the foot of my bed. I've been trying to dismiss it as a shadow or a sleep paralysis creature, but I was wide awake at this point and could make out details of it from the ambient lighting from the window. It was humanoid and solid, and it was wearing some type of bedtime gown, except it looked like it didn't have arms in the sleeves. The most particular detail is the sunflower mask it seemed to be wearing, over its face. I couldn't make out any particular colours of its clothing or features, other than a palette of greys. I immediately froze in bed, and took 2 or 3 panicked breaths. It was visible for about 3 seconds, and then it sort of dusted away all at once. I grabbed my phone a couple of seconds later to check the time, and ended up staying up the rest of the night watching YouTube videos to distract myself from what I just saw. I told the rest of my family about it in the morning. My older Filipino relatives are pretty superstitious, but they couldn't explain this one either. They said it probably wasn't my grandmother, since she knew our family and was afraid of ghosts to the point where she requested my grandfather not come back in any form when he was sick. My uncle said the room I was staying in was used for storage most of the time, so maybe there is a resident spirit that was curious about who was in its room. Either way, I really didn't sleep well the rest of the time I was there, but I haven't seen the form ever since. I've looked online for any sort of lore on masked ghosts with little success. I've only run into stories of Japanese spirits with no faces. What do you guys think I saw? Are there any superstitions or stories about spirits like this that you were aware of? She passed away last Friday. She lived where I grew up, almost 2,000 miles away. I had a dream with her in it on Monday morning. In the dream, she was angry, upset, and ready to pass on. I would call her at least once or twice a month, so after the dream, I felt like I needed to call her as soon as possible. On Monday after work, I called. No answer. Tuesday after work, she picked up. She sounded very irritated. I had never heard her sound like that before. While at work Wednesday, it started snowing pretty heavily. I stupidly did not have gloves in my car, so before leaving the parking lot, I used my bare hands to remove the snow from my windows. Only after I was driving for a few minutes did I realise that my wedding ring came off. I went back that night to look and spent almost 3.5 hours looking in the snow on Thursday after work. When I was still at work on Friday, I received a call from my mother that my great aunt passed away. After my dream and final conversation with her, I honestly was not very surprised. After hearing the news, I spent just a couple of minutes looking for my ring on Friday. Today, I briefly looked for my ring during lunch. After work, I started looking again. I was looking through some weeds in front of the parking spots, as all of the snow was now melted. At one point, I turned around to see where I was in relation to my car had been parked last Wednesday. As soon as I turned around, I looked down and immediately saw the ring. I swear I had looked at that spot during lunchtime today, yet there it was. Whether or not my great aunt's carol helped me find my wedding ring today, I sure do love and miss her. When I was a kid, I guess I used to have night terrors where my parents couldn't wake me up. I guess I would sleepwalk sometimes and my mum would find me talking to the wall. I grew out of it mostly. I guess I was a weird kid. But sometimes I'll have a nightmare and wake myself up by screaming. So getting to the full story. I recently went home for Christmas and couldn't stay in my bedroom in the basement because it's currently a construction zone. So my mom has moved my bed into my old sister's room on the second floor. Now this room is creepy. It seems like a totally normal room, but when you're in it for too long, you start to get paranoid and a general sense of dread. It used to be my bedroom until I moved to the basement. So I go through Christmas break and all, everything's fine. Even sleeping in the creepy room. When I fly back to Chicago, and things start to not be normal. I live in a studio, and it's rather large, but my cats have really been up my butt lately. Like, they won't leave me alone, and have to be in the same area as me at all times. They even sleep with me all night, which is where it gets concerning. I sleep all through the night normally, but I've been having the same dream every freaking night. Where around 2 or 3 a.m., something creeps up from under my bed and is squatting by me and grabs my arm. It looks like the pale man from Pan's Labyrinth. I chalked it up to stress. Well, this morning, I woke up because I went back to sleep after the same dream, and my arm hurts, and I have some weird bruising. My boyfriend Simon and I moved in together less than a month ago, and our apartment is almost perfect. When we viewed the apartment before signing the lease, everything seemed fine. No weird vibes or smells or anything. It's just a nice 2-bedroom apartment on the second floor. Our first night in the apartment, however, it got a little weird. Simon is really anal about cleanliness, so before we moved any of our stuff in from our previous places, we had to spend a day and night cleaning. Also, he's an African immigrant and his family is quite spiritual, so we had to do a couple of cleansing rituals to try to rid of any sort of bad juju. We burned sage and incense, prayed, and dripped some kind of ritual oil in all of the corners and closets. Now, I'm personally not very knowledgeable about the stuff we did. I didn't grow up in any sort of spiritual environment like he did, but I'm a supportive girlfriend and know that the rituals mean a lot to him, so I did my part. At one point, Simon asked if I could go and burn incense in the guest bedroom closet while he worked on oiling the kitchen. We had been cleaning and doing rituals all evening, so it was pretty late at this point, maybe 11 or 12 at night. And as stated earlier, we didn't have any of our stuff in the place yet. If you've lived in apartments, you know that a lot of times they don't have ceiling lights, and you need to rely on lamps in bedrooms. So there was no light in the guest bedroom except for the flashlight on my phone. I went in with the incense, heading for the closet, and in about the centre of the room, I got this horrible pit in my stomach, and my body just froze. All the hair on my arm stood up, and something in my brain was just begging me to leave the room. So naturally, I noped out of the guest bedroom real quick. I found Simon and asked him to come in the room with me to do the incense, and told him that it creeped me out in there. But he just kind of gave me an exasperated look and said he'd trade with me. So he lit the incense in the guest bedroom closet, and I oiled the kitchen. When he finished in there, I asked him if he felt anything weird or creepy, and he said no, and continued to deny anything strange about the room when I pressed. So the rituals finished, and the move passed by without incident, though I couldn't go back in that room for the rest of the night. Each time I looked into the blackness of the dark room, I felt that same sick, creeped out feeling. The next incident occurred after living in the apartment for about 4 or 5 days. Simon works a 9 to 6 Monday to Friday, whilst I'm currently working remotely, so I'm in the apartment a lot more than he is. It was late in the morning and I was working from my laptop, seated on the floor at our coffee table in the living room. From where I was seated, the hallway that leads to the bedrooms was behind and to the left of me, and I could see slightly into the guest bedroom if I looked over my shoulder. The room was a wreck at this point, kind of being used as our storage room for all our junk that didn't have a place in the apartment yet. Nothing strange had happened since that first night, and I had been in the guest bedroom plenty of times in the past few days without feeling weird. So I decided that it was just me feeling overtired and on edge that caused the fear from before. I was about to get up and get another cup of coffee when I heard a noise from the direction of the guest bedroom. A dragging sound. It was short, lasting only a second, and sounded sort of like something heavy. A full cardboard box or laundry bag being dragged a foot or two across the carpet. My head whipped around so fast in the direction of the noise, and I held my breath and started with saucer-sized eyes as the little I could view of the room, waiting to see if I heard it again. I stayed like that until I had to breathe. Then I waited longer, staring, but it was perfectly quiet. Something you should know about our apartment: the building is quite small, and our only neighbours are a single man above, a couple below, and some guys in the other first floor apartments. The other apartment on our floor is empty, as well as the other one on the third floor. So for now, the building is relatively unoccupied. I can look out the windows and watch as each neighbour goes to work, and I find throughout the week that I can be the only person in the building. So it feels more isolated than any other apartments I've lived in. It also gets really quiet when I'm just at home working, so that's why I'd even notice something as soft and quick as the dragging sound. It didn't happen again, and I just kept listening, until suddenly there was a loud crash from the room. Let me tell you, I screamed and jumped up so fast and hovered with my hand on the door to the outside of the apartment. When I finally decided that there wasn't a murderer in the apartment, I went to go check what the crash had been. I discovered the lamp we'd just put in the guest room had fallen over. It was one of those tall, skinny floor lamps, so it's not unheard of that it would fall over. But why? And what was the dragging sound? A few days later, I heard the voice. I was getting home late, as I'd gone out of town to take the law school admission test, and the drive back was pretty long. I was still in my car in front of the apartment. I could see Simon's silhouette through the curtained windows. I opened my car door and was getting my purse from the passenger seat when I heard a woman say, "Hello?" I looked up, expecting one of our neighbours beside my car, but I didn't see anyone. "Hello?" I asked clearly, out of the car now. "Nothing," I said again, louder, "Hello?" and heard directly in my left ear, "Hi." It was whispered, but still obviously the voice of a woman. As you expect, there was no one there. Confused and a little frightened, I responded, "Hi," and briskly went up to the apartment. I didn't tell Simon about the voice that night, but just a couple of days later, I heard her again. It was a weekend evening, and Simon and I had been in the living room watching a movie. Simon went to take a shower, and I was left to pick something else to watch when he got out. After a few minutes, once again in my left ear, I heard a woman whispering, "Hello?" I tried not to react. I didn't look, didn't move, probably didn't breathe. I waited to see if I would hear it again, and I did. It said, "Hear me?" And then it went quiet for a moment. "Stop!" I finally broke out, turning to the left. No one there. No more woman's voice in my ear. I went to the bathroom and told Simon about the voice and the lamp falling over. He seemed only mildly concerned, but that man hides his emotions like no other, so maybe he was more freaked out than he let on. He told me I could just be catching auditory glimpses of other planes, and not to worry about it. However, the voices continued, and I am worrying, so maybe you guys can give me some clarity. What should I do? "26th of the 3rd, 2019. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, I woke up with the sound of my door handle rattling, as if someone wanted to enter my room. I experienced this again every hour, and occasionally, I also heard nails go by the door. When I heard the nails, I thought it was Mickey, my dog, and I also saw a shadow on the door. But when I went to look, there was nothing. Even though I heard the sound continue from the other room next to me, it was like scratching the wall that distinguishes my bedroom and my old bedroom. I lay back in bed, and the noises became worse. Then I got the feeling that it was an evil spirit, and I shouted, 'Get out of here!' Then I fell asleep again." 30th of the 3rd, 2019. I talked to my mother about the case a few days ago. Apparently, this story fits very well with the rest of my experiences. I see ghosts, and I have only consciously been doing this for a year now. But in the past, as a small child, I was already bothered by it. Then, I sometimes ran from my old bedroom to my parents because I saw people in cloaks around my bed. Now, I have moved to the next room to my old bedroom, but the old bedroom has become a guest room. Because I see ghosts, and I always have the feeling that I have to take a good look around, I have the feeling that my bedroom is my safe zone. This fits very well with the previous story, since the evil spirit wanted to come inside the room, and did not seem to be able to come in. It also fits in with something to do every day. Close the door of that room. My mother always keeps the door open so that there is a little air in the room, but I always close the door because I got a bad feeling about it. 5th of the 5th, 2019. My mother cleaned my old bedroom with sage. Why this room? Because after telling my story, it turned out that a lot of puzzle pieces came together. After the room was cleared, I had no more problems, but I still close the door to this day. 21st of the 5th, 2019. I had noticed this before, when at the sight of ghosts began, at least around that time. I was drinking in the gazebo with some friends. That was the moment that I saw a ghost extremely clearly for the first time. I saw a white figure, a white man, walking down the path between the carport and the glass booth. He walked a few times from left to right, but not from right to left. This was back in 2012, October 2012. Let me preface this by saying that the room I stay in my parents' house used to be my grandfather's room. Sort of like an apartment. It's got its own kitchen and bathroom, etc. He passed away in 2005, and I moved into the room in 2009. Ever since I moved back here, every once in a while, I felt a presence in the room. Someone sitting at the edge of my bed, or holding my hand. Or I feel like someone's hand is on my shoulder. This is never ever threatening, and I never feel in danger because I believe it's Grandpa. So in October of 2012, I was doing my junior practicum student teaching. This is a sort of program where you go once a week to a school and observe before real student teaching starts. It was Tuesday night, and I only remember this because I went to school on Wednesdays. It was a considerable distance from my house, so I tried to go to bed early. This one night, I had trouble getting to sleep, which I never have. I can usually pass out anywhere at any time. I began to feel an anxiety come over me and a state of panic. Another thing that never happens to me. In my mind's eye, I kept envisioning a tall black humanoid figure with a long red tongue standing in the corner of my room. And at the time, it felt very vivid. But now I can't recall any details about this figure, except that tongue. I began to feel like if I stayed in my room any longer, I'd be in serious danger. I went into the next room, our family room, and decided to watch TV. I looked above the TV at the cable box and noticed it was 2:59 a.m. The second that digital clock hit 3, there were sounds of crickets coming from inside the room and the attached laundry room. Once that box hit 3:01, everything stopped. Now, I'm not a religious person, but my supervising teacher at school is. He told me that crickets are related to locusts, and he told me to recite the prayer to St. Michael. He couldn't remember it. He had told me he said that prayer every day, and just couldn't seem to remember it. Getting home that day and accompanying days, it seemed as though there was a dark fog around my room. But the room felt different, just off. I would come home and lay on my bed for an afternoon nap, and the bed started to shake. It got to the point where my mother began to ask me if anything felt weird. She has her own experiences, but that's a different story for a different day. Now I live in New Jersey, and in October of 2012, we were hit by Hurricane Sandy, and we were without power for about a week or so. And I wasn't sleeping in that room in the darkness. I moved my mattress upstairs to our living room. Every night that week, a bluish grey fog came up from downstairs and circled the room, and I began to have dreams. Dreams of religious icons and the Virgin Mary falling into pits of fire. I realised soon after that I forgot my grandfather's birthday. Usually, I'd light a candle at church or something for him. I thought maybe he was angry with me. So I went to church and lit a candle. Didn't change anything. A night soon after, however, I had a dream I was driving with Grandpa down a road. It was a pitch black paved road, and it was bright white on either side, like a desert. My grandpa had a really thick Irish brogue, and sometimes it was hard to understand him. But he said something along the lines of always being there. The next morning, I told my mom while my youngest brother was in the room, and he interrupted me and began filling in details of my dream for me. I asked him how he knew all this, and all he said was, I was in the back seat. I used to live in a very old house when I was in elementary school. Now, this house looked normally on the outside, but as soon as you stepped in the front door, you could tell this house had a very weird energy. My sister and I usually talk about all the weird things that would happen there, and just how the house had an awful energy overall. I could go on and on about the stuff that happened in the house, but I'll just tell you one story. When I was younger, I was very addicted to the computer. I was always on Neopets working on my music code page. It was very late at night, but while making music codes, I felt this weird energy come into my room suddenly. It wasn't evil or anything, but it felt nice and loving. The weird thing was, I instantly knew that it was my grandmother that passed away not too long ago. I looked next to me, and the bed just seemed to indent like someone was sitting there. I don't really know how to explain what happened next, but I felt that this energy that I assumed was my grandma was telling me that she had to leave, that she loves me, and told me to tell everyone her message. Then, just like that, it all seemed to just disappear. I didn't think much about it after. I just went back to making music codes. The very next day, I was getting ready for school. After I got ready, I sat down in front of my computer and was watching YouTube. My mom was in the kitchen asking me if I wanted tea, and I just shouted something along the lines of, "Yeah, I want some tea." But I guess the TV was loud, so she didn't hear me. I said it a couple more times, but I gave up because my mom just couldn't hear me. A couple minutes passed, and my mom came up to me all scared and asked me if I came in and turned the kettle on, because she said it just flipped on while her back was turned, while putting something on a shelf. She looked pretty scared, and I don't really know what came over me, but I just looked over her and said with a straight face, "Oh, that was Grandma. She wanted to say goodbye last night. It was her." I don't think I've seen my mum look so freaked out, but I just felt like I had to say it while it was my grandma for some reason. I finished my tea, went to school, nothing like that happened again. So I used to live near a really well-known forest for being haunted, known as Black Forest. So this forest is super creepy and very dark, hence the name. I had one very scary and startling experience while driving through the forest, which made me never step foot in the area ever again. On a weekend, I was invited to go hang out with some friends, and I had nothing else to do, so I agreed. It was around 8 or 9, so it was dark out. Now, there were two ways I could get to my friend's house. One, go through Black Forest, or two, go around the forest and add about 20 minutes onto my trip. I usually avoided the forest because the roads were somewhat confusing, and I just couldn't see very well because of there being no light. However, today I felt impatient and decided to go through the forest. The ride to my friend's house was very uneventful, but the darkness of it all was very unpleasant to say the least. I stayed at my friend's house and started to head back around midnight, or just around 1 a.m. Now, this is when I had my experience. When I was driving, I looked at my GPS a lot because of the roads, and I always wanted to check where I was going, because some of the roads look like actual roads, but are actual driveways for a lot of the houses. I didn't want to trap myself in someone's driveway, so I checked my GPS a lot. So I was driving and came to a stop in front of a red light, right under a very dim street light. It was still pitch black, and I was the only one on the road. As I was sitting there, I got a very weird feeling, as if someone was watching me. I then looked to my passenger side door, only to see this glowing, zombie-looking man, wearing what I could only describe as rags. He didn't look alive. His skin looked like it was falling off. It was very grey in colour, and he was just staring at me. I really thought my heart was going to explode because I was so scared. Even though the light was red, I floored it. But I wanted to see if the thing staring into my car was actually real, and right as I crossed through the median, I looked back. Nothing was there, and there was nowhere he could have gone that fast. I was spooked and drove all the way home, trying not to hit any red lights. That was before the big forest fire. I awoke like normal. As I opened my eyes, I was in the same bedroom, yet only what was in my immediate field of view was visible. To my right was a female, yet her face was a bit of a blur. No specific body type. An outline with a sense of love almost coming out. A calming being, in short. She touched my arm and brought out what seemed to be a vial with a needle of sorts attached. I couldn't speak, but only felt energies, and we communicated by those feelings. I physically felt the needle go into the middle of my arm. I felt the needle go slowly into my bone, an intense pressure, yet a gentle feeling of it all. I felt calm, and that this is supposed to happen. She drew the needle out, taking blood, and what I can only guess is marrow, or removed something from me that needed to be rid of. Then she placed a slight cut in my arm and placed what looked like a hybrid surgical scissor into the cut, and cut up my entire arm the first 2 layers of skin deep, exposing the fat layer before the tendons, etc. I felt nothing. I felt relief that she was cutting up my arm for some reason. There was no blood while cutting, my skin was pure. I could do nothing but stare into my exposed, wide-open arm, while the blur of her touched my arm. I looked at her, trying to make her out. As I looked down again, my arm was like nothing happened. I felt a peace, almost a euphoria while she was communicating to me. I knew exactly what she was saying, but heard nothing. I then woke up, and everything that was said to me was forgotten. Yet everything else was a pure reality to me. I've never felt something so real and so vivid. I don't feel like I woke up again. I feel that I woke up when I encountered her. It's not left my head for 1 second. I have a very confused feeling, as this experience was not a dream to me. Or at least, I don't believe it was a dream. Me and my best friend and roommate have been living together for about 3 years now. We have a beautiful historic home in the city, but with rents skyrocketing and 4 dogs to clean up after, spending $2,000 a month for a massive 8-bedroom home is simply not worth the cost anymore. We decided to downsize and stop renting, so we're moving into a new house that's in need of a lot of TLC to make it livable. But it was a great deal and will save me hours of my time in cleaning, and cost $3,000 less a month in bills for both of us. It's such a good opportunity, but unfortunately the house, while new and quite nice, has been through a rat infestation and was kind of a hoard site. The prior resident kept her stuff at the house, but had mostly abandoned it and hadn't even slept there in about 4 years. She chain smoked inside every day when she was there, and I don't know that it's ever been cleaned. So we're definitely in the shit right now, getting it back into shape. Clearing furniture and tidying, repainting and power washing. Outside of changing light fixtures and appliances, repairing flooring, We aren't doing a lot of major construction. Just sanitizing and redecorating, basically. We know the prior residents well, as we bought the house from his family, and it definitely seems like the house got how it was due to undiagnosed depression. Well, currently, my roommate is visiting his long-distance boyfriend in New Orleans, and I've been focusing on clearing out and repainting the sunroom, and I'm almost exclusively there at night. A couple nights ago, I was doing that with the back sliding door open to the backyard, and I heard my roommate's voice. Not any voice, his voice. I could identify it in my sleep, we're together so much. I couldn't tell what was said at all, but it was exactly his voice and sounded just like a casual conversation. Like he was talking to me from out in the yard. But I knew he wasn't even in the fucking state. Despite that, I really didn't feel scared or any bad vibes. I just slid the door closed and kept working. Nothing else weird has happened and I moved on, but I keep rethinking it. Without bringing this up, I asked him if anything weird had happened to him in the house, and he told me that years ago, while staying there, he was sure he saw a man in the backyard and called the police. We live in a high-crime city, so that's not too unusual. He said the police found no evidence of anyone on the property, and that sometimes when he stayed over, he would hear weird sounds, but nothing that alarmed him. That's when I told him that I had heard his voice in the backyard, and now we're just kind of curious. I literally feel no negativity, bad vibes, or danger on that property, but I feel like I should. A close friend recommended I place railroad spikes at the four corners of the property and iron nails above the exterior doors that led into the home. I don't know if I believe in that or what it's supposed to do exactly, but if anyone else has any advice, similar experiences, or ideas about this, I'd love some additional input. It all started in my last apartment, when my daughter was like 4. I'm a single mom, and we've been only the two of us after I separated from her father. The first thing was when we were both playing in her room. She seemed very focused on the Playmobil game when this conversation happened. "Mom, he wants you to say hi." "What, who? The Playmobil figurine?" "No, Mom, the monster. He's sitting right next to you. Can't you see it?" No, baby, I can't see him." "You sure he's there?" "Yes, you really can't see him. He's waving at you." And then she started waving at something invisible next to me. I brushed it off as fantasy and changed the topic back to our playing. Another time, we were also playing with the Playmobil stuff, which was between me and her. She was sitting across with me with her face showing towards me. While we were playing, she annoyingly turned around and looked back and made the go away movement with her hands and said stop. And a few seconds later, she turned around again, did the same movement and said stop it. I asked her what was wrong, and then she came to me and sat on my lap and did the same gesture again and said go away. I asked her again what was wrong, since I was really confused. She was like, "The monster keeps touching me and I don't like it." Honestly, this is where I started feeling creeped out. I said, "Leave her alone, monster," and proceeded to play with her and distract her. But this is where I started feeling uncomfortable in my apartment. The worst was one night, though, when we decided to sleep in the same bed in my room, since it was the weekend. I remember I woke up after 3 a.m. in the morning and saw her sitting on the bed staring at a wall. I asked her why she wasn't sleeping, and she said, "I can't sleep when that man is standing next to our bed." Now, I'm a really rational person who attributes these things to the kid's blooming fantasy. But in that moment, it took both my non-existing balls to tell her it was okay and cuddle up with her until she fell asleep, instead of freaking the fuck out and leaving the apartment in the middle of the night. I still kept telling myself it's just her fantasy that all the kids have. What was stranger to me, though, was that all these things stopped happening when we moved. She never talked about monsters or weird men again. Never told me she saw something that I couldn't see. I know, compared to other stories, it's probably rather lame, but I still get goosebumps whenever I think about that time in my former apartment. Obviously, countless people have died here for various reasons. Hangings, a murder-suicide, beatings, accidental overdose, electric shock therapy, etc. There are 4 floors, with the 4th floor being the well-known hotspot for paranormal activity. Being security, I have to check it every once in a while. The 4th floor is essentially an extremely long hallway, with housing units on both sides throughout. Each unit has a 5-inch thick steel door, and there's a window at the very end of the hall. They don't house patients due to the fact that the county took over a while before I started, and it's completely empty by the time 3rd shift rolls around. The 4th floor is also the only floor in the entire complex that's completely off the ground due to the complex being built into a hill. It's also where electroshock therapy took place a long time ago. This occurrence happened last week, on Wednesday, on the 3rd shift. I wanted to do a walk through the 4th floor that night around 3 a.m. for no other reason than I was feeling brave. I walk all the way down the 4th floor to the window. Eventually, as I got closer, I started seeing that the window obviously needed cleaning. When I got about 5 feet away, all of a sudden, there was a handprint that would have been extremely noticeable from even 15 feet away. Looked at the handprint, turned around, said nope, and walked back down the hall. On my way back from the window, I peeked into a side office area with my flashlight just to look. Nothing kept going. After a couple of seconds, it sounded like someone was running up behind me, so I walked even faster because everything in my body said not to turn around. As I kept walking, I passed by a unit, and as I passed, I heard what sounded like someone punching the door. Put it up to paranoia due to the running I heard prior, that is, until I passed another unit. Another loud thud as if someone punched the door. So at this point, I start speed walking down the hall, and while I am, I hear footsteps following mine. Mind you, these units are not connected at all, and the entire floor is entirely empty. That's just one of my experiences. I've also been having dreams of a white, skinny woman in a hospital gown that has black hair with bangs in her face. I always thought she was just a recurring person in my dreams until I talked with one of the CNAs that worked tonight in the kids' unit. I never brought her up to the CNA. We were just talking about ghosts, and she said that numerous people have said they've seen the exact woman I just explained. I explained to the CNA in detail about how she looked in my dreams, and she just went pale, with her mouth hung open. Supposedly, this ghost is extremely well known throughout the hospital by various people. People have seen her in mirrors, have been locked in bathrooms, and have seen her just walking around. But in my dreams, she always just appears or runs up to me, grabs me, and screams in my face. There was this one dream in particular where I woke up from a dream to wake up in my duplex's stairway. I walk down the stairs and walk into my bedroom. Once in my bedroom, I see my bed, my fiancée sleeping on her side of the bed, and myself sleeping. In front of the closet, I see that same woman standing next to my body, just staring at me. I walk up to her, and I get the courage to ask her just who the hell she is. She looks at me, grabs me, screams in my face, then shoves me onto my bed, which is when I officially woke up at 3:15 a.m. I have no clue who this woman is at all, but I still dream about her every now and then. Every single dream is in a different place, but she's just there, and this has been going on since I started working at my job. This all happened in 2007. I was 9 years old, and my friend, we'll call her Hannah, was 8. Every summer, her parents would take us to a campsite about 3 hours from home in northern Ontario, Canada. The campsite was in the Burwash district. Every summer for a few years, we would head out to the camp for a month at a time. The camp consisted of a few cottages and trailers, set up in a large park on the shore of a lake. Each summer, we'd be greeted by our friends that we had made the previous years, and we'd have ample fun. This year was different. We met a girl named Emily. She was our age, but shy. She'd never eat or stay over too late. We always assumed her parents were just strict. We had sleepovers, took photos together. She became the third in our Three Musketeers group setting. One day, we actually were swimming. There was a floating dock with a slide on it. We decided to each take our turn to go down to make the biggest splashes. My turn came, and for some reason, I was carried under the dock. And as I was trying to maneuver out from under it, Emily was holding me under the entire time. She wouldn't let go. Finally, Hannah grabbed me and pulled me up. We both got out of the water and ran to camp. We were reasonably freaked out that a friend would try to drown me. The next day was the last day we were at camp. Emily came by and acted like nothing happened. She spent the day trying to convince us to walk along a river to a huge building. She said it was a few hours away, but we could spend our last day there and we'd have so much fun. We both felt something was off and decided we better not go. Nothing else happened after that. We kind of just went home, and the following year, Emily wasn't there. A few years ago, we were looking at our camp pictures while celebrating my 18th birthday. When we reached the 2007 photos, we noticed Emily was missing from them. Curiously, we asked Hannah's mom, who told us she always assumed Emily was our imaginary friend, that she'd never actually seen Emily. In the photos, you can clearly tell that we left spacing for Emily in between myself and Hannah in most of the photos. We decided, without speaking to one another, to write down characteristics about Emily that would define her, and we wrote the exact same thing down. Very green eyes, brown hair to the shoulder, very fair in skin tone, and very skinny. What freaks me out is that I remember being trapped under the dock, with her holding me there. But if she wasn't real, what was holding me under the dock? There was no way that we both imagined the same girl, same name, same experiences, and description of her. We remembered her trying to get us to follow a river, and we realized that the river actually led to the Burwash prison. When we started reading up on the prison, we realized there were tons of encounters people had there. I'm not a believer in the paranormal per se, but this has me trumped. I spend all of my daylight hours scared and alone in this musty old cellar. It's woeful, and I bet it smelled this bad even before everything around here turned to crap. Great. My second sentence, and I've already resorted to swearing. When I decided I'd start this diary, I thought it would be my poetic and deeply moving goodbye to the world. Maybe I'd write about love and loss, or maybe the splendor of nature. Then, when all is done and dusted, I'd have left something to be remembered by, as well as my corpse, of course. This was a bad idea. Okay, I'm an idiot. There's nothing else I can do down here. I've rooted through every cardboard box 100 times, organized and reorganized my supplies. I've even built a fort. So I'm back. Hello, again. God, this diary is going badly. But there's just enough light coming through the boards I nailed over the cellar's tiny window to type by, so I may as well type. Stop me staring up at the window just waiting for a shadow to pass by. Maybe I'll just write and not hit submit. Right? Where to start? Well, my name is... Actually, I think I'm going to refer to myself as X. That sounds mysterious. If you're reading this and want to know my real name, I still carry my purse. My rail card is in there, and if you really want to know who I am, go find me and fish it out. I won't bite. So my name is X. I live in a little English village in the middle of nowhere. Before all this happened, I had a mum, a dad, a sister, and there was a boy I liked. His name was Jonah. I couldn't think of anything else to write, so I waited until I came back from my rounds. That's a stupid name I have for when I go outside at night scrounging for stuff. Drinks are the hardest. I only trust bottles or cans, or did, and I was running out of places to search for them, but I guess that doesn't matter now. My leg is doing alright, actually. Didn't hold me up at all. I saw Jonah too. He's looked better, I have to say. It's strange, because this is only the second time I've seen him since we came here. Maybe his ears were burning. Anyway, I found some tinned pineapple in a creepy old caravan I hadn't searched yet. Had to bust the door open with old Trusty, which I thought might attract some unwanted attention, but it was fine. I'm actually eating the pineapple right now. It tastes good. I also found a radio there. I already have 3 down here, but none of them work. Not that the caravan radio works either. All you get is static. It's just nice to collect something. You know, to have a hobby. I can tell the sun is rising. I managed to sleep for a couple of hours, but I woke up after a bad dream. I know some people can't remember their dreams. Some can. I never do. I wake up and grasp at them, but I never manage to hold before they fade away. It's like trying to pinch the corner of a wisp of smoke. The harder you try, the quicker it fades to nothing. I'm just left with a sensation, a kind of imprint which sums up the most intense part of the dream. And a cold sweat. That's new. I've been through the box of photo albums I found at the back of the cellar again. I've looked through them a few times now, but I always notice something new. There's a photo of this little girl playing with a pretend guitar. I can tell it's pretend because it doesn't have strings, only brightly coloured plastic dials. Kinda like My First Guitar Hero or something. The girl has dark hair, and she looks a tiny bit like my sister did a million years ago. I don't have a picture of my sister. I suppose I could go and get one from my old house, but it's right in the middle of the village. I'm lucky I wasn't torn to shreds the last time I went back. So what I've done is put this girl's photo in my back pocket as a substitute. I guess I should probably write something about my real sister now, but I don't think that's a good idea just yet. Daylight is starting to fade, and I'm getting ready to go out on my rounds. I always take my satchel with me, packed with useful objects. I have old Trusty, a crowbar, with sticks out of the top for easy access, a small toolbox, a pair of heavy-duty gloves, and a hammer. I carry a penknife I found down there here in my pocket, my purse and phone, and a torch in my hand. I don't like to use the torch because its battery is running out, and there's always the chance it might attract them. I probably shouldn't have used it last night when I got back. Maybe I'm starting to enjoy this writing malarkey. I need to be careful with luxuries. Picture the scene. I'm using old Trusty to try and lever a kitchen window open, when one of them just walks right through the garden hedge. Seriously, straight through it. It's not the mightiest of hedges, but still, it just appeared like it was walking through one of those Japanese paper walls. My satchel was on the ground, but I legged it anyway. I'm not stupid. I know I can go back for it tomorrow. I felt strangely naked without it on the way back here, though. Like I said before, I need to be careful with the torch, so I think I'll try and get some sleep now. I slept pretty well last night. No nightmares or cold sweats. Maybe a midnight chase was just what I needed to blow away the cobwebs. I actually woke up wondering about you. If you're reading this, who are you? If you're like me, living through this village nightmare, how have you managed to go this long without being killed or whatever? Maybe you're in the army or some such. Maybe you're just some kid who's played so many video games that surviving all of this was already second nature to you. Or maybe you're like me, living on borrowed time and searching for a good place to die. Maybe future me was brave enough to tap submit on my diary, and you're currently reading this on your phone or computer. Here's an idea. Maybe you can carry on this diary from wherever I left it at. God, I really hope this isn't my last entry, although I suppose any entry might be. If you do carry the diary forwards and I'm a corpse, maybe it'll become cursed. I've been preparing for my next excursion. If I know I'm going somewhere I'll likely run into an ugly, I like to take extra precautions. And I want my satchel back. It was a present from my dad, and I know it cost him a lot of money. So I'm taking a pair of shears from the shelf of old tools down there. That way, if I lose old Trusty, I'll have a backup weapon. If you're local, I wonder how you like to kill them. Pretty morbid question, I know, but everyone around here seems to have their preferred method. The last villager I saw alive carried a pair of mini cricket bats and seemed to have bludgeoning down to an art form. He never saw me though. I was watching him from a grove of trees as he killed his way along the main road near the village. This was before I decided to stay inside during the daylight hours. We can at least see a little bit at night. Ambient light and everything. They can't though. I've seen them. They bump into things. It's pretty funny, to be honest. If they hear a noise, they walk in the direction of the sound, never trying to avoid any object in their path. They either bash said object out of the way, or like that hedge, blunder right through it. Obviously, bigger things stop them dead though. If that happens, they sort of shuffle backwards and then try again a few times. Eventually, and I've seen this too, they just give up and stand there, waiting for something else to attract their attention. That's not how it works in the daytime though. I think it's about an hour before the sun sets, so it's nearly time to head out. I'm gonna charge my bandage. 1 minute. Okay, it didn't look that bad really. The original scratch wasn't too deep, and now the wound seems to be doing that scabbing thing I remember from normal injuries. It just doesn't smell very good. A bit like when you walk past a bin that needs emptying. Anyway, I've applied more antiseptic and redressed it. Time to go. That was fun. I'm glad I had those shears with me. I got my satchel back, you'll be happy to know. And I got inside that house I've been trying to break into as well. More through necessity than choice in the end, but I'm pleased I did. I found more batteries. That just means I can justify writing at night a bit more. In fact, the people who used to live there were pretty well kitted out. There were a lot of tins in their cupboards, and they'd even left a shotgun. It wasn't loaded though. Not that I need a shotgun. I didn't tell you this before, but I have my grandpa's old service revolver. He always told me and my sister that it was decommissioned, but my dad apparently knew otherwise. I keep it tucked into the back of my jeans at all times. I had 3 bullets. One of them's gone, so only 2 left. I'll only be needing the one, of course. Morning. I'm feeling pretty low today. I think concentrating on getting my satchel back took my mind off things, but now I'm pretty deflated. Surely that's understandable. The village I knew and loved has been replaced with this sodding hell. I miss my family, my friends, TV and hot dinners and Instagram. Before all of this, I was a pretty positive person. Sure, I had a bit of trouble getting up in the morning, but once I was up, that was it. I'd meet the day's challenges head on, try to enjoy myself as much as I could. Not today, though. Maybe if I write about Jonah, it'll cheer me up. Not Jonah as he is now, of course. Jonah when he was all smooth-skinned, curly-haired and bright-eyed. Now he's like the anti-Jonah or something. His face looks like it lost a fight with an angry lobster. No, wait. I'm supposed to be writing about Jonah version 1 here. He's one of those people that I can't remember meeting. My family has always lived around here, and so there are lots of people who have just always been, if you get me. I always thought we would drunkenly get it together at a party. That's what I'd usually do if there was a boy I liked. Classy. I've picked up a bit. Out of sheer frustration, I went upstairs and looked out of a window. Sure, I saw an ugly, wandering aimlessly as they always do, but I saw that the trees are starting to turn too. That means it's nearly autumn, and I love autumn. My sister and I always used to go out and kick leaves at each other in the autumn. I don't know if it was because of her low center of gravity, but my sister was amazing at it. She would somehow whip up a blazing whirlwind of golden, yellow, and fire red, surrounding us both in a leaf storm that I couldn't help but flail my arms madly at. Then we'd both fall backwards into the leaves laughing, me wondering how on earth what had happened was possible. She was that good. God, I let her down in the end. I think I'll stay away from the house with the shotgun tonight. It usually takes a day or two for a group of uglies to disperse once they're all riled up. I could use the rest of that tinned food, I suppose, but I've got plenty to be getting on with for now. Instead, I think I'll swing by another farmhouse I was scoping out before I decided to turn nocturnal. I never met the people who used to live there, but I remember Mum telling me they liked their privacy. I'm sure they wouldn't mind me visiting now, though. Also, there's a woodland between here and there, and I might be able to find some leaves to kick about a bit. I think that would make me feel close to my sister again. I'll check back in later. I'm still alive, but only just. I made it through the woods just fine. The trouble started at the farmhouse. I couldn't get in. The doors and windows were barricaded, so I tried one of the outbuildings. Locked. It had a cat flap, though. My first instinct was to leave it, but then I wondered if there might be something useful inside. Lord knows what I'm thinking about now. I lifted the cat flap with one hand and shone the torch beam through with my other. That's when an ugly dove at my pinkies. Luckily, it misjudged its leap and got a mouthful of plastic cat flap instead. As for me, I fell backwards onto my bum. Next, the damn thing started bashing on the door from the inside. I don't think it could have ever got out, but the noise attracted more uglies out of nowhere. I only just managed to outmaneuver them and hightail it back into the woods. That's not the worst of it, though. On the way back, my leg started to hurt. A lot. I woke up this morning and I'm walking with a limp. It's funny. Dad had a limp when he and Mum died. He was nailing planks of wood across our windows and doors because there was no signal, and we thought that what was happening here was probably happening everywhere. It's only recently that I realized this was an isolated local outbreak. Anyway, Dad dropped the hammer onto his toe. He was always useless at DIY. I think it was only a couple of hours after that when he and Mum were taken. It was like a wave of death. No, not like. That's exactly what it was. A horde of uglies swept through the village, probably originating from the secret research facility in the woods we're not supposed to know about. My sister and I would have had a prayer if Mum and Dad hadn't charged down the first few that got into our house. They gave us just enough time to escape, to run away and leave them to die. My sister was screaming all the way, and I had to drag her like she was 4 again. She wouldn't speak to me for a few days after that. I didn't blame her. I hated myself too. But I would have hated myself even more if I hadn't done what I did next. On my own, I snuck back into our house with the crowbar I found here. Then I dispatched my parents. I can't bring myself to type it in any other way. It wasn't like in the movies. I didn't pound their skulls into mush while sobbing why over and over again. I just found them, or what was left with them, forced the crowbar through each of their eye sockets, and came straight back here. Then came the crying. I haven't told you about the heavy-duty gloves yet, have I? After I got back from our old house, my sister started speaking to me again. A shared, day-long cry will do that for sisters. Once we felt up for it, we decided to explore the parts of the farmhouse we hadn't searched yet. All the bedrooms were empty, only a few belongings flung about the place. The problem came when we investigated the attic. Once we'd opened the ceiling panel in the upstairs hallway, once we'd pulled the compact staircase down, I went up. My sister stood at the top of the hatchway, shining the torch beam over my shoulder. And that's when it touched me. Terrified, I fell to my left, screaming as the thing came crashing down on top of me. I was yelling things like, "Shoot it!" and "Run!" but my sister was just laughing her head off. I soon realized that my attacker was in fact a shop window mannequin. I think the people who previously lived here must have been arty, because the mannequin was dressed in scarves, bandanas, ties, watches, loads of things. The rest of the attic was pretty empty, but at least we got the mannequin's gloves. I'm not feeling good at the moment. I've got a sore throat and I've coughed up blood a couple of times. My leg pain is getting worse too. I don't think I'll go out tonight. I have enough tins left and one of them is a full English in a can. Sounds pretty disgusting, but intriguing at the same time. I've been saving it for near the end. A sort of consolation prize. There are 2 mattresses down here. Obviously one is mine, and the other one was my sister's. After she died, I couldn't bring myself to get rid of it. I don't have a photo of her, only Guitar Girls. Her bed is the only thing of hers I have left, and she didn't even sleep in it that many times. The tinned full English was vile. You've got to laugh though, what else can you do? I'm crying as I write this. Tears of sorrow, shame and regret. It happened as we were searching a cottage just off of the main road. We'd used old Trusty to get inside, and I'd rushed straight into the kitchen to find the food. We'd run out more than a day before, and I was famished. My sister followed me into the kitchen, a wide grin on her pretty little face because I was sitting there with an open can of beans. Then, one of them came at her from behind. I must have walked right past it on my stupid way to the cupboards. It bit into her neck, and blood gushed over the tiles in a torrent. As she yelled out in agony, I leapt up and implanted the crowbar right into the thing's skull. It crumpled to the floor, but the damage was done. Don't let me lose myself. That was the last thing my sister whispered to me before she passed out. Her wound was much more severe than mine is, and much closer to the brain. That seems to make it quicker. I took Grandpa's revolver from behind my back and blew her brains out. I buried her in the back garden. After my sister died, I kind of went crazy. I took old Trusty out across the fields and pulverized every ugly I could find. I don't even remember it that well. It was just find, kill, find, kill. We'd only been going out in daylight before then, but in my anger, I carried on through the night. That's how I learned about their inability to evade in the darkness. Eventually, though, one got me. I found 3 munching on a dead cow and ran straight at them. Took out the first 2 easily enough, but the third managed to scratch my leg with a bloody fingernail just before I clobbered it into oblivion. Once I realized its nail had broken the skin, it was like a switch had been flicked inside me. That's it. I'm dead too. I lost my bloodlust and came back here. If none of this had happened, I think my sister would have eventually gone into medicine. I was doing okay at college, but she was top of her class at school. And she had a really kind nature too. She'd never squish any bugs that got trapped in our house. She'd get a glass, scoop the little critter up, and steal it inside with a book. Then she'd take it outside and release it, even if it was a wasp. I've decided that here's not the place. I'll hit submit, and then I'm going to do it in those woods I wrote about. Consider this diary as my note. I'll be able to find a nice spot to sit and look at the trees, some place that's calm and peaceful. I'm going to leave the picture of Guitar Girl in this cellar. She belongs in this house. The tree leaves will remind me of my sister more than any photo ever could anyway. I guess all that's left to say is thank you for listening. I know it's possible that no one will ever read this, but that's not really the point, is it? There's a place near my village that I'm too afraid to visit at night. They say Old Monastery Pool is haunted, and that's the story which proves it. Just after the Second World War, and with rationing still firmly in place, trading any extra food you grew or caught was near necessity. A youth in my tiny Nottinghamshire village, known only as Young Charlie, understood this well. Back in those days, young Charlie could often be found in the Burrell Arms, trading the trout and eels he'd plucked from local streams for ration stamps. I suppose you know about Old Monastery Pool? One patron asked, as he exchanged a few stamps for one of Charlie's slender trout. Charlie shook his head. Never heard of it, sir. Plenty of big fish in Old Monastery Pool, lad, the patron continued. Used to be the monks' carp pond. They reared 'em for hundreds of years. It's up in Glover's Wood. Trees moved and once the monastery was gone, but the pond's still there. Charlie's interest was piqued. Really? Have you ever fished there? Me? Nah. You need Alsop's permission, else it's poaching, and me and him don't get on. Mr. Alsop was a local landowner, Charlie knew. But whilst Mr. Alsop apparently had grievances with this man, Charlie had never got on the wrong side of him. How come you know there's plenty of fish if you've never fished there? Must be, answered the patron, after a long swig of ale. Else why'd Alsop have refused all the folk who have asked to fish it? He's keeping all the carp for himself, miserable bugger. The next Sunday morning, there was only one thing on young Charlie's mind. Church was the only place he ever saw Mr. Alsop, and so that was where he'd get his permission. Old Monastery Pool was full of ancient monster carp, and Charlie was desperate to catch one. Mr. Alsop, Charlie asked, after the service, is it true that there's an old carp pond up in your woods? True enough, young man, Mr. Alsop answered. as they walked up the narrow church path. "It belonged to the old monastery before it was burned down. Why do you ask?" "I was wondering if I might have your permission to fish it, sir. I'd return any fish I caught, of course, unless you wanted me to bring them down to the manor." "I don't think so," Mr. Alsop answered dismissively. "Now I'd best be off. Lots to do." Charlie was devastated. Fishing was his life, but he'd never had the chance to land anything truly remarkable before. A monster carp would be his crowning achievement and would have the pub talking for years. The next Sunday, Charlie beseeched Mr. Alsop again, but got the same answer. So he tried again the following Sunday and was still refused. The Sunday after that, he offered to do odd jobs around the manor to pay for his fishing. The Sunday after that, he offered all the trout and eels he caught for a month, but still, Mr. Alsop would not relent. Charlie tried and tried, Sunday after Sunday, never giving up. Eventually, he started calling in on Mr. Alsop at the manor itself. "Lord, not you again," Mr. Alsop moaned, when Charlie visited the manor for the third time in as many days. "I'm just desperate to fish Old Monastery Pool," Charlie said, before Mr. Alsop had the chance to ush him away. "Please, just say yes and I'll stop coming here. I'll never ask anything of you again, I promise." "The answer is no. I've told—" "Why won't you let me?" Charlie exclaimed. "Why are you being such a grouch?" "Because of the abbot," Mr. Alsop barked back. "When he refused starving villagers carp after a failed harvest, they strangled him and burned down the monastery to try to cover up the murder. He's still—" "I don't care about some dead old abbot," Charlie interrupted. "I just want one chance to fish the pond. Please, Mr. Alsop, please." "Fine," Mr. Alsop answered, throwing his hands in the air. "But don't come crying to me when—" But Charlie didn't hear the end of what Mr. Alsop had to say, because he was already running back towards his house. As soon as he had his fishing tackle, young Charlie raced across the local fields toward Glover's Wood. What he found in the dying light disappointed him. The pond was easy enough to find, but it was clogged with pondweed and full of dead branches. Only a few patches of clear water remained, and Charlie thought he could see through them right to the bottom. It seemed that the water was only a few inches deep, hardly the sort of place that might harbour a monster fish. But he had come this far. Charlie chucked out a little stick float and worm, hoping that there might still be a few minnows around, maybe even an eel or two. Almost as soon as his float stood straight in the water, it was yanked under with all the ferocity of a colossal pike strike. Charlie's line snapped instantly, but he didn't care. There was obviously something huge lurking in the pond. Maybe there was deeper water below the weed after all. The perfect hiding place for the giant carp he'd hoped would be there all along. Charlie wound in his loose line, sank back against a tree, reached out his basket and began switching it to the most robust tackle. But in his eagerness, he couldn't resist a glance back up at the pond. Standing on the other side of the bank amongst the trees, the sinister shape of an old man dressed in tattered, soot-stained robes. He said nothing. He just stared at Charlie through unforgiving, bloodshot eyes. Terrified, young Charlie shot up from where he was sitting and slammed his head straight into a low branch, knocking himself out. Night engulfed young Charlie when he came around. He remembered where he was, what had happened, and his heart racing, sat straight to squint through the gloom. No sign of any old man, but to his horror, the fishing tackle by his side was smashed to pieces. Young Charlie stood and ran without retrieving so much as a broken float. The above story that is endlessly passed around campfires where I grew up. Most of my local ponds are inhabited by mirror carp, and apparently they're all descended from carp the monks used to rear in their monastery pond hundreds of years ago. According to local legend, the monastery was burned down when a cruel abbot refused fish to starving villagers after a failed harvest. In doing so, the abbot brought death and terrible curse upon himself. Now, he's doomed to patrol Old Monastery Pool day and night, making sure no villagers try to take his precious fish. It started back in February. I came home from class one day and there was a photograph on my bedroom floor. Some sort of icy formation, a cave or perhaps a weird glacier. A blue and white spiral that always draws my eye right into the photo's center. I can never quite make out what exactly is in the center though. Sometimes it's hard to look away. I'd never seen the photo before, and none of my flatmates recognized it either. It was almost as though it had drifted in through the open window, dark tidings delivered to me by the winter chill. All I know is that ever since I found that photograph, I've been dreaming the same dream every night. I'm almost too scared to sleep. There's only so long you can force yourself to stay awake, though. The dream always starts the same way. I'm already in motion. I'm running, sprinting hard across the frozen ground, sucking in a lungful of icy air. I chance to glance to the east. Somehow, I know where I am. The Pythagorean sun is fast disappearing below this planet's jagged horizon. Somehow, I know I have to keep running. I see the cave, Henderson calls from behind me. We're nearly there. Onwards we run, bursting through the cave mouth just as the sunlight fades. Henderson turns and drags the scorched earth segment of fuselage operating as our makeshift door across the opening. When darkness falls on Pythagorean, the temperature plummets to lethal lows almost instantly. We need all the protection from the night we can get. We caught that too fine, Henderson gasps as he switches on a lamp. What were you doing in the wreckage for so long? I huddle against the warm cave wall before I answer. I was looking for food. I found some more ration packs. Henderson doesn't thank me for it. He walks over to our tired water purifier, the only reason we're still alive. He removes the canister and reaches for a couple of mess tins. A few glugs of filtered water into each, and he's crossing the cave towards me. There's something wrong with the purifier. It's kicking out less to drink every time I run it. He hands me a tin, and I gulp down the water eagerly. Thanks to whatever geothermal processes are occurring behind the cave's walls, the water is at least a little bit warm. What the hell are we going to do? Henderson asks, as he squats against the flat portion of the cave wall. Soon, we'll have salvaged everything we can from the ship, and then it's only a matter of time until we're out of food. I don't respond, but the planet seems to. The night winds began to howl outside. Every night since we crash-landed, there's been a fierce gale, the likes of which would probably be called a once-in-a-generation storm back on Earth. And what kind of stupid name is Pythagorean for a planet anyway? Henderson exclaims, no doubt angered by the rising winds. It's more of a designation than a name, I answer, glad to be off the subject of the ship and what remains of it. Some colonist project scientist probably came up with it. I don't know how I know all of this, but I do. Well, I'm a scientist, and I say we should have landed on a different planet in the Pythagorean system. Anything but this frozen hell. It's a long time before either of us says anything more, the hopelessness of our situation weighing heavy in the air. We need to talk about the crash, Henderson says, breaking the silence. I shake my head. There's nothing to talk about. Yes, Henderson says, there is. 35 people are dead, not to mention all the embryos. We need to talk about it. We need to eat and then get some rest. What's the last thing you remember? Henderson asks. What? What's the last thing you remember before the crash? I don't know. Being in orbit. Landing prep. My memory is fuzzy. Liar, Henderson growls. Outside, the winds surge, and our fuselage door starts to rattle against the cave mouth. The only reason you can't remember is because you refuse to let yourself. Hearing the truth aloud forces the memories to come rushing back. I remember sitting at the controls, I say, unable to stop myself from speaking. I remember entering the planet's atmosphere. But the ice storm, the alarms, thruster 3, it failed. I couldn't stabilize the ship. I realize Henderson is kneeling beside me now, holding my hand. Why couldn't you stabilize the ship? Don't make me say it. The wind outside is screaming bloody murder. The fuselage door shakes violently, like something huge is hammering against it, desperately trying to force its way in. Henderson's voice cuts through the racket. Let it out, Clarissa. Despite my guilt, I do. When I came out of cryo-sleep and we entered the Pythagorean system, my cryo-sickness didn't go away like everyone else's. And who did you tell? No one, I whimper. a tear running down my face. Not even the captain, not even you. Why not? I'm the pilot. Landing the ship was my one and only job. I didn't want to admit I was sick and let the crew down. I'm so sorry, Charlie. Suddenly, the wind outside dies. Where are we? Henderson asks, looking to the cave mouth and then back to me. I stare blankly at him. What? The crash killed everyone except for me and you. We can breathe this alien air without suits, and we don't have a scratch on us. It doesn't make any sense. So where are we? Practical you, I answered. Don't hide behind anagrams, Clarissa. Where are we? I've never been good at word games, but deep down, I know the answer. Purgatory. The fuselage door falls and the cave mouth is open, but it's not an ice planet's hostile vista that greets me. It's a leaf green expanse bathed in golden sunlight. I see the tree swing I used to play on when I was a little girl. We all forgive you, Henderson says. Even without cryosickness, there was nothing any pilot could have done in that storm with a failed thruster. It's time to forgive yourself as well. It's time to stop punishing yourself. Then Henderson looks me dead in the eye. What are you going to do, Clarissa? That's when I wake up, frozen to the bone no matter how many blankets I took to bed, those words ringing in my ears. What are you going to do, Clarissa? What am I going to do? I have insomnia. I had it for years, and the best thing for me I found is to just walk out and walk for an hour or so. I've never had any fear of going out late, as I'm a rather large man, and this was pretty easy at my college because of the layout as a rather large loop with plenty of open spaces and paths always well lit. In the centre of this circle, there was a large patch of forest that was unlit. Because of this, I had never walked through the forest at night. But this night, for no particular reason, I decided to change my path and go through the forest. I've gone through this path enough times a day, and it's clearly marked floor trails, with wooden bridges at points and metal plates on the trees, all to designate the clear path. The only light I have on me is my cell phone, which is just the worst type of flashlight, as it's very bright, but only reaches maybe 10 or 12 feet. As I'm heading into the path not more than a few minutes into my walk, I'm crossing the first bridge, and just as I'm nearing the other side of it, I hear a snap from behind me. I turned around expecting an animal, a fox or raccoon. Perhaps there were a fair number of them around the campus I'd seen the night before. What I saw was at the other side of the bridge between two trees. A figure standing at human height, but rather formless. The tree to its right has a metal reflector dish marking it, but it was still too far for my flashlight to really catch. The hairs on the back of my neck raised, but I was determined to just face my fear and identify whatever was on the edge of my light. I took just one step forward, and I froze as my blood went ice cold and everything in my body told me to run. I just couldn't bring myself to take another step towards this figure, so I decided I would leave as calmly as I could, and slowly turned around and confidently walked away, continuing down the path at a steady pace. I wasn't even close to being halfway through the forest from here, but did a good job of staying calm. I hadn't seen or heard anything until I was nearing the end. At this final turn in the forest path, I can clearly see the street lamp at the other end. Now admittedly, this last part of the path is rather swampy, the ground very quickly turning to mud. I kept my pace steady, not running, not slowing, and in the corner of my eye I saw it again. That white, formless figure, but this time it was approaching me. I panicked but didn't run. I just kept my confident stride, determined to not let my fear get the best of me. 20 feet from the edge of the forest, I slip and twist my ankle, falling face first into the mud. The adrenaline in the moment carried me through, and I managed to just force myself back up and kept walking. As soon as I broke the tree line and made it to the sidewalk, I felt free, calm and safe. I fell asleep shortly after getting home, but had awful nightmares. The next day, I was feeling alright and decided to go back and confirm what I saw under the sun. My girlfriend and I made our way down the path and to the first bridge. Now, I had many markers to note where I saw the figure the first time. The bridge, the two trees, and the metal marker on the one. I knew I'd found the exact spot, but there was nothing between the trees. It was an empty space, and it was empty and clear for a good distance in both directions. The second place I saw the figure was an open clearing. The only thing of note was a fallen tree, but nothing near the height of what I saw. I never walked alone at night in that forest, but kept up my night walks around campus without incident. I'd been in the forest at night with others multiple times after this, and never noticed another figure. It's been a few years now, and I still don't know how to explain what I saw. I joined the army in 1990 and got out in 1998 when I hit my midlife crisis. I joined the National Guard. A few years after joining the Guard, I was volunteering. I was getting reassigned to a medical unit that was deploying to the Middle East. In January 2019, I reported to my new unit and learned that in addition to deploying at the end of the year, I would have to go through an NTC rotation with the unit. What a joy. NTC, for those who don't know, is the National Training Center. It's in the middle of the California desert. It's one of the most challenging training events the Army has, and is close to hell as we can get on this ball of dirt. Or so I think anyway. Skipping ahead, our rotation at NTC was scheduled to back up to our redeployment, meaning we had to deploy our equipment from Fort Irwin instead of shipping it home. So after 30 days in the desert, I got to watch my unit load up on buses and head home for a month, while I got to stay at Fort Irwin and deal with packing, customs inspections, and inventories. Out of around 5,000 guardsmen that made up the force deploying, around 300 of us had to stay behind. Because units don't typically have to deploy Fort Irwin, it struggled to find a place for us to stay. The rotational unit locations were needed for the next unit that was coming in to do some training in the desert. And the National Guard barracks on the post were needed for California guardsmen, who were doing their 2 weeks annual training that summer. So after moving around a bit, we landed in what is known as augmentee billeting. This is where units that come in not to train, but to assist the post-full-time opposition force stay. Lucky for us, there were no augments needed for the upcoming training, so we got to use these barracks for 3 weeks. This is where my story begins. The work we needed to do was long and hard, but after 2 weeks most of the heavy lifting was done, and we started to enjoy some downtime. This coincided with our move to augmentee housing. When we first moved, the housing manager, a civilian, walked the senior leaders through the 12 buildings we were to occupy and the bathrooms we were allowed to use. The setup was typical for Army short-term housing. Each building had 2 sides with bunk beds from front to back. The 12 buildings we occupied, along with some others, were arranged in a square with large bathrooms and open shelters for meeting and eating, etc., in the area behind the buildings. Each unit had its buildings, and my unit had the one the furthest from the assigned male bathroom. This was odd, because directly behind our building was a male bathroom. But it was locked, and it was not on the list to be assigned to us. Being older, I asked the housing manager if we could get that one assigned as well. I must use the facilities more often, and I did not want to have to walk across the pad to the one male bathroom we had. He said, unfortunately, that one's not available, which I took to mean as it had maintenance issues. Just my luck. Fast forward a few days, and I was coming back from dinner with my team in Barstow, California. It was late, and when we arrived, there was a military police car parked in front of the building next to ours. Being sensitive to issues with the National Guard and the active duty, I decided to walk to the smoking area behind the building with the military police to see if I could find out who had messed up and what we could do to avoid paperwork. When I got to the end of my building and started to the smoking pit, I swear I heard a scream and running water from the locked bathroom. However, I also saw one of our senior females talking to an MP at the smoking pit while I looked at the bathroom as I walked by. I was more interested in finding out what was up with the MP. When I reached the female NCO I knew, she immediately said, "You heard that, right?" "I heard the scream." "Yes," she said. "It's been going on for about half an hour. Looks like someone broke into that bathroom and is tearing up the place." Great, I thought. Someone got drunk and is going to get arrested. Please don't let it be one of my guys. I turned to the MP and introduced myself. I asked if she had been into the bathroom yet and if she had any idea who was inside. She kind of laughed and said, "No, both doors still have their locks. So I'm waiting for my NCO IC to get here with the key." About that time, 2 additional MPs arrived, and one said, "Let's get this over with," and they all stared towards the bathroom. The senior MP turned to me and said, "Sir, do you and the sergeant mind going to wait at the other door?" I said, "We're not equipped to deal with some drunk, that's your job." He laughed and said, "No worries. I don't think anyone will come out that side. More a precaution if you don't mind." Satisfied, I walked to the sidewalk so I could see the back door. The noise from the bathroom was getting worse. It was clear all the showers were on from the steam. You could hear toilets flushing and what I assume was stall doors banging. The MPs gave me a thumbs up as they went to unlock the padlock on the door. Suddenly, and I presumed when they opened the door, all the noise stopped. All we could hear was the water running and then the MPs giving the military policy yell as they entered. Shortly after that, we could hear them yelling clearly as they moved down the building and cleared areas. When they got to the end of the building, I was on. They started turning off the showers and moving back towards the other door. I went to the front door wanting to see who they brought out. As they came out, the senior guy told his subordinates to make sure power was off and lock up. He asked me and Pryler to walk with him. When we went back to the smoking area, he said we didn't find anyone inside. I couldn't believe it. Clearly someone had been in the bathroom, and I said that was impossible. He held his hands up and said, "Sir, this is not the first time this has happened. Every few months we get calls that someone is messing around over there, and when we get there, we search and clear the building and find nothing but running showers, and if the bathroom has supplies, they'll be thrown all over. But we never find anyone inside. I don't have an explanation for it, but from what I understand, this has been going on for years. There's a standing order that no MPs go into that bathroom alone, and at least one of the MPs doing a search must be male." "What the fuck?" I said. "Why is that?" He said he wasn't sure, but from what he had heard, a female MP had had unexplained injuries when she searched the bathroom alone. In my mind, I said this is bullshit, just the active army messing up the guard again. The MPs left, and MSG Pryor and I talked for a bit. She was originally from Louisiana and joined the NC Guard when she got out of the army at Fort Bragg. I told her I thought this was a bullshit prank by the MPs. She wasn't so sure. She said she thought it was supernatural. This is a story that happened with me and 2 of my friends while we were a night out in the school. My school was having a slumber party. At night, exactly at 1:30 a.m, me and both of my friends felt like we needed to go and pee, so we went to the washroom, relieved ourselves, and agreed that none of us felt sleepy. So we decided to explore the entire school. There are 2 buildings in our campus. We went to the one which is near the cemetery. We thought that we wouldn't see anything. As soon as we entered the building, we started getting bad vibes. Felt like we should turn our backs and return to the building where all of the other students were. But we were an adventurous trio. We decided to defy the odds and explore the building. What could possibly happen? Will we hear footsteps? See some huge stuff getting thrown in front of us? Nope, none of those. We started hearing someone talking. We thought that there must be another group exploring, but no. Suddenly, the temperature of the place suddenly fell, like 0 degrees Celsius, even though it was summer. Then we heard a loud female scream. So loud that we thought that the students in the other building might hear it. We even started feeling that whatever screamed was coming running towards us. We turned our backs and ran as fast as we could. Upon reaching the other building, a teacher who was with all of us asked us why we came running so fast out of the next building. We told him everything that happened, but he said he didn't hear any scream. We thought it might have been an imagination. The next day, one of my friends who accompanied me into the building got a couple of scars on his stomach and chest. He even fell insanely ill. When I was 18, I dated a girl my parents did not approve of, and because of this, I ended up moving out of my house and living in my car. Her house was in a very rural area, and so I would park my car at the entrance to an old field, walk across it and through some woods to her house and hang out with her, then go back to sleep in my car at night. This went on for several weeks. I never felt scared traversing the woods or the field at night. At first, as my girlfriend's dogs would follow me the whole way and then return home. But then came the night I reached my car and the dogs hadn't followed me. I could faintly make out in the distance to the north the sound of drums. They were like tribal drums, the kind you hear in films during a ceremony or ritual, a slow and steady beating. As I stood by my car listening, trying to identify what was happening, the realization hit me. About a mile or so to the north was located a cult on a dead-end road I had heard about as a young teen. I don't know what they were into exactly, but talk in my primary school had been of animal sacrifices and your typical creepy goings-on. My mind immediately seized upon that as the obvious answer. They were doing some kind of ritual and the sound was carrying through the thick woods that separated them from me. I got in my car and tried to get some sleep. A few hours later, I awoke to the sound of growling and something hitting my car from underneath. I had no clue what it was. Dogs, coyotes. But after that happened, I was much more on edge crossing the woods in the field at night. I heard the drums almost every night after that. Then one night, after climbing in my car, I looked out the windshield and saw a human shadow figure standing in the field I had just crossed. The form silhouetted against the lighter night sky. I was startled, but assumed it was my girlfriend's stepfather, who otherwise didn't know I was camping out there. Thinking he followed me and my gig was up, I turned my headlights to light up the field and face him, but when I did, the field was empty. I was so shaken by this that I drove away and slept in the parking lot of a county church. It wasn't long before I came to my senses and got away from that girl. That ended my experiences for a while. About a year later, however, I began attending a church about 30 miles away. I found out that the youth pastor actually lived about a mile north of where I had those experiences. In fact, the youth pastor lived on the dead-end road where the cult was located. When I found out, I asked her if she had ever experienced anything paranormal from the cult. She told me the cult had actually been gone for about a decade, and she had moved onto the streets a few years after they had left. However, she began to tell me about her experiences when she first moved there, of hearing drums outside, and her young daughters talking about seeing the shadow people who ran around in the trees that encircled their property. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, because it clarified and verified what I had experienced. She then told me she had done some research on the history of the area and learned it had been frequented by Native American tribes due to a fresh spring nearby. So what I assumed to be a cult was a paranormal event, somehow connected to them, I believe. Sometime later, I dated a girl who lived about 2 miles south of where I had my experience. When I brought up what happened to me, the youth pastor's explanation of her experiences at home, my girlfriend freaked out, telling me that her mother would sometimes take a bottle of alcohol out into the woods, only to come back hours later drunk and insisting that she had been, in her own words, dancing with the Indians. We broke up not long after, but one night she called me, terrified, asking me to come over because she was being attacked by an unseen entity that was shoving her around in her room. I drove over and gave her some inspirational music to put on. She asked me to stay until she fell asleep. As I sat there while she lay in bed, A shadow form appeared in a room, floating up near the ceiling in a corner and emanating darkness like it was glowing black. Somehow, I boldly faced it and prayed silently for it to go away, and in moments, it just vanished. Then she spoke up. I thought she was asleep, and asked if I had just been praying. I told her yes, and she said, "Something was there, wasn't it?" I told her yes, and thankfully that was all that happened. I left and went home. It's been over 20 years since, and I've never had any experience like that again. I had a boss years ago with whom I was very close. We were of the same faith. He was even a minister in it. Furthermore, he had officiated at my wedding, and my RN wife had basically delivered his child when his wife's midwife was late to their home birth. We were thus quite close. A few years after our wedding, he suddenly had an epiphany as he viewed it, and his religious perspective and practice changed drastically almost overnight to very different positions that he believed I too should adopt. It caused strain in our entire relationship as he began to insult and mock my faith, even while I worked for him. It developed into a very negative daily environment for us both. One day, not long afterwards, while at work, I watched as a figure appeared suddenly in the room we were in and ran towards him. It looked like a person in a hooded cloak, completely brown, like a stylized monk or a druid are often popularly portrayed, with its face obscured by the cloth. The figure rushed up from behind him and disappeared right as it reached him, as if it vanished into his body. I'm not one who typically sees spirits, thankfully, but this was right in front of my eyes in the daylight, although the figure was slightly translucent. I kind of freaked out and told him immediately what just happened. He became understandably aggravated and wanted to know what it was supposed to mean, but I was just as mystified as he was. His behavior toward our faith grew increasingly antagonistic in the coming months, which was so different from his usual amicable and loving disposition. He believed I was somehow a heretic for not accepting the validity of his religious epiphany, and claimed that in a decade I would no longer even have any faith, as he zealously proclaimed the superiority of his own new religious views. The strangeness culminated when I called in one morning to let him know my grandfather was dying, and I was going to be with him that day as he passed. And he gave me the choice: go say my goodbye to my grandpa and come on into work, or just quit right there. I couldn't believe he was forcing me to choose, but I made the right choice and thanked him over the phone for the opportunity to work for him. Said goodbye and went to be with my grandpa for his last moments. It's been over 10 years now, and I've seen him only one time since. Ironically, while I've increased my religious practice over the years, I found out that he has left the faith altogether and is no longer religious in any capacity. Many times, I've wondered if the robed figure I saw that day at work running into him was some kind of spirit of confusion or deception that took him further away from his established faith. I still mourn the loss of that beloved relationship. My name is Walter, and I'm an enthusiast of supernatural things. I already had some experiences that soon I want to tell here, but now I want to tell and show something that just happened to my brother. My brother is 7 years older than me. He works for a paper and cellulose company. I think his company is the biggest one of them in the world, so it has a lot of money, and when it started being built, they started to buy all the farms around the city and surrounding cities to plant eucalyptus. He works in a rotating shift, sometimes day, sometimes during the night. He told me once that some farms are old. They have cemeteries, and the eucalyptus plantation surrounds the cemetery, and sometimes he works at night close to it. He doesn't like to work close to the cemetery, but last week, he was working at night in one of the farms, very haunted, according to some of his friends that already saw some weird things. It was a crew of 4, 3 machine tractors, and 1 mechanic to support just in case one of the tractors broke down. Now let me say exactly what my brother said. He said he was working, and the mechanic was close to him inside the truck. My brother was watching him. He notices that he was acting weirdly. He was inside the truck, got off holding the cell phone, and started to walk straight behind the eucalyptus stacks that he could see on the picture. My brother said he wondered what was going on, and thought he went behind the stack to the toilet. So my brother got off the tractor to talk to the mechanic, and he said to my brother that he was in the car when suddenly he saw someone walking. He focused his flashlight and saw the woman and took a picture. She kept walking, and the moment that my brother saw him walking, the guy said he put his cell phone to record and went after her, but she disappeared. This happened to me when I was 18. I was laying in bed trying to sleep. It was really quiet, when all of a sudden I heard this little girl humming. I don't have any brothers or sisters. And she sounded like she was trying to hum Greensleeves, or the tune to What Child Is This? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me, because it was so quiet. But then the humming grew louder. The humming was from a little girl, but the hums were broken as if she was trying to remember a song, so she was trying her best. It definitely sounded like Greensleeves. My mind panicked, and the first thing that flew out of my mouth was, no, this isn't happening. Nope, not tonight. I jumped out of bed, still saying nope, and putting in a DVD movie to listen to drown out the little girl. I remember saying, nope, I feel sorry for you, but I can't help you. Leave me alone. After hurriedly putting in the movie, I literally cranked the volume up to max and got into bed and let the sucker play all night like that. My heart was beating so fast, I remember just praying that the humming would go away. I went to sleep and it eventually stopped. The next morning, I had to tell my mom. I told her everything. When she asked me what song the girl was trying to sing, I said Greensleeves and tried to show her how she hummed it, so I began humming. After I stopped, the little girl began humming again, louder, showing exactly how she sung it. My mom's eyes widened and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. After around 15 seconds, she stopped humming. I never heard from the girl again. It's been 7 years. I hope never to. My family has had experiences of ghosts before, and I have had paranormal experiences as well. But this case was just terrifying because this ghost acknowledged me. My family rented a cabin in Helen, Georgia, which was 3 stories tall and was pretty much right in the center of town. We stayed for a week, and about 3 days into our stay, weird things started to happen. My aunt and grandma started hearing things. They said they heard a little girl crying at night. I didn't pay much attention to it. 4 days into the trip, my aunt and mom are sitting on the couch, and they hear a girl say in a very distressed and breathy voice, "Mama!" My mom yelled for me. I was out on the porch of the cabin and asked if I hollered for her, which of course I didn't. Now my mom, grandma, and aunt were all scared. They were afraid to be left alone in any part of the cabin by themselves. I tried not to pay attention to it because we were on vacation. I wanted to have a good time hanging out at the cabin and wanted to have a good night's sleep. So thinking about ghosts just wasn't on my mind. Until that night. My husband and I had the top room of the cabin. We turned off the TV and went to sleep after a long day of walking around town. I woke up out of a dead sleep and I started hearing a girl cry. Small, moaning sobs. I went real quiet. Stopped breathing to hear if it was just my mind or my ears playing tricks on me, because I'm thinking it might be one of my family members' TVs playing. Nothing. The sound was definitely coming from inside the room. I went back in my mind about 6 years ago to when the ghost of a little girl started humming in my room, and the fear and panic of that experience flew over me again. I grabbed the smart TV's remote and turned it to some cartoon or movie and turned off the volume. Like, it was pretty loud. My husband turned over to complain how loud it was and asked me to turn it off. Absolutely not. I'm not turning it down or off. He got agitated and asked me why I had it so loud. I told him I'd explain in the morning. The sobs eventually died out over the sounds of the TV. The next day, I told my husband what happened and told him we only have 2 nights left. That I'm going to leave the TV on loud, so just get ready for it. I was afraid to hear the little girl cry again. To be honest, I was so upset about it. I was ready to just up and go home. So the next night passed and the TV was kept on and loud. Nothing that night except mine and my husband's ears hurting and a sleepless night. Last night was a doozy. I was so tired that I went straight to sleep and left my husband watching TV, but I asked him to please, before he went to sleep, to start a movie or whatever and keep the volume up. He promised and I went to sleep. Then I woke up again out of a deep sleep to the sound of how quiet it was, and the panic shot through me. The TV wasn't on. I could swear on the Bible, but I think I could hear the little girl crying again. I looked at the TV, and it had on the screen something to do with playback issues. It was a smart TV with the Roku, so I was doing everything I could. The remote buttons wouldn't work, and I was freaking out. Like it wouldn't let me move out of the error screen. So I somehow had to restart the TV to get it to come back on and actually play something. And fiddling around with it for more than I would care to, it actually started up and let me scroll to a movie to play. And once again, the volume was turned up. I think whatever was in the cabin had something to do with trying to stop the TV playing. I was happy that this was our last night in the cabin. There was this antique mall located in Chattanooga that me and my parents would go to probably every other weekend. It was a really cool place. They had all kinds of antiques. Pretty much a museum, but everything was for sale. Sadly, they're closed now. This experience happened when I was 15. My mom and I had to go use the restroom, so while I waited on my mom, I was looking at the mirror over the sink, trying to see if I did eye makeup right. So while I'm looking in the mirror, I see behind me a woman walking. I didn't really see what she looked like, but I could tell she was wearing something dark navy coloured. I was really focused if I had done my eyeliner right around my eyes. She was walking across the bathroom towards the end of the toilet stall. It got real quiet. Like, I didn't hear the stall door open or close, or footsteps. So I'm thinking she's standing against the wall waiting or something. I turn to look, and no one. I look over and see the end stall door is halfway open. I go look. No one is in there. I immediately freak out. I told my mom we needed to go. Now. When we got out, I told her and my dad what happened. I don't remember ever hearing the door open when she walked in, or footsteps. So I think I saw a ghost. We still went to the antique mall and used the restrooms, but I didn't goof around with the mirror anymore. I hardly looked in the mirror. I had to go to the bathroom and get out there ASAP. She was probably attached to whatever was in the antique mall, but they would actually put antiques for sale in the women's restrooms, like pictures, a dressing table, antique brushes, and a handheld mirror. My grandma and her family used to live in a small area in Tennessee. Her parents, siblings, and she moved into an old farmhouse in the 50s. I asked her how old she thought the house was, but she said she didn't know that it was definitely old. In the night, they would hear a door open and shut in the house all night long, and the sound of a cat screeching. Finally, her daddy had enough and removed the hinges and replaced them with leather hinges to see if that would stop the door from opening and shutting. It didn't. It still kept going. Open, shutting, and the sound of a cat screeching. Also, under this house was enough room for her and her siblings to play underneath. Someone had tried to build a cellar, but never finished it to connect to the home. On the ground, every day they went down, they would find balls of long hair that looked greyish. Woman's hair. and underneath the hair was coins or change. They would just toss the hair and get the coins. Again, no explanation for this. One day, Grandma's mama got sick, so great-great-grandma came over to help with the kids and help her daughter. Interesting side fact was that great-great-grandma was Cherokee, but she would never ever admit to it, if asked. She would always claim Black Dutch. She was terrified of being taken to Oklahoma to a reservation. Anyway, great-great-grandma only stayed one night and got ready to leave before the sun came up. Grandma said her mama asked why she was leaving, to which she replied, "I saw a man and his wife pass through the dresser and into the wall. The wife was missing her head. I ain't staying in this house." She left and never came back to the house. Across from the house where they lived, and across a road, was an open field. In the field was a large 3-story home, a rancher-type house. In its heyday, it must have been beautiful, but now it looked weathered. The paint was peeling and just looked like it had seen better days. Every night on the top floor, in one of the windows, everyone saw a candlelight flickering. Grandma's dad was curious, and one day he walked over to the old house to see where the light could be coming from and if anyone was living there. The kids came along. Great-grandpa walked inside. The house on the inside looked worse. And there was no way someone could go upstairs to the top floor because the stairs had rotted away. Meanwhile, Grandma's half-sister went to the cellar door of the old house and opened it. Down in the cellar was an old, tacky-looking man, and he looked up and said to her, "Come on in." Her sister slammed the door and ran. There were no steps that led into the cellar. I don't think they ever went back over to that house again. They stayed in their own house from when Grandma was 8 till she was 11, and the family moved. We moved into this home around 2000 or 2001, when I was 3 or 4. Honestly, after moving in, it felt like our lives had gone downhill. I honestly believed there was something evil in that house. My mom says the first night she slept in that house, she dreamed of a thick fog and a black cat. She woke up and remembers telling Dad that they messed up buying the house. It gave her a feeling of dread. My grandma and my mom were sitting in the living room while I was sitting on the floor playing, but she said we all heard a man groan behind the door. She said my eyes got really big and I said, "Uh-oh." The house looked like it was from the 90s. In one of the rooms, where for a while we used as a junk room, there were outlines of where posters had been on the walls. The space was white where the poster had been. The rest of the walls had a yellow tinge. I'm guessing it was where someone smoked a lot. Also, where our back door was, where our washer and dryer would be in our utility room, there were tiny scratches at the bottom of the door. Like cat scratches. And there was a door in my parents' room, and at the bottom of the door, there were those same scratches. Things were heard, felt, and seen in that house. I remember when I was around 6 or 7, I thought I saw in the back room out of the corner of my eye something white, like a white dress with a long train going from one side to the other of the room, in the dark. I would have dreams where I would try and run out of one of the rooms and couldn't. I couldn't scream. I felt my legs went numb, and it was like I couldn't run away, like something would be waiting for me or dragging me back. My mom woke up one morning and saw what she thought was my dad at the end of the bed. It was a work day, and she thought he came back home too early. It was a man she said had red hair and was wearing a blue workman's uniform. Then she looked back, and the man was gone. My grandma and grandpa stayed with us in the house, so my mom would help give medication to grandpa. My grandma had a dream where she saw a man with red hair and a beard in the bathroom, in the mirror over the sink. My grandpa was scared for the lights to be turned off. At this time, my parents would argue, like all the time. Anyone who stayed in the house, it was like the tension was so thick that you would cut it with a knife. I was having problems of my own. I was depressed nearly all the time. I always felt like I was being watched, like there was always something just watching me. I'd look behind my shoulder, and of course, nothing. My grandma had felt one time something get into bed with her, the way she described it. It was like a big dog. She would kick it out of bed, and it would get back into bed with her. Kick it out, get back in, till it finally stopped. I remember my mum and I were watching The Ghost and Mrs. Moya in my parents' bedroom, when all of a sudden, we heard a loud bang. Like, the only way I can describe it is like someone took a concrete block and threw it as hard as they could against the floor, in the bathroom or closet floor. We jumped and looked, but nothing. Nothing had fallen. But it was so loud, and it definitely sounded like it was coming from her closet. Their closet was huge. It was a deep walk-in closet. My grandma was up one morning taking care of Grandpa, when she said she started hearing sounds of wire hangers violently hitting the sides of the closet wall. She knocked on my parents' door. She thought my mom had gotten into a fight with my dad and was packing his stuff or hers and was jerking clothes off the hangers, letting them hit the closet walls. She found out that my parents were still asleep. My mom sat on the couch one day and felt something furry rub up against her leg like a cat. There wasn't a cat there. This happened twice. The second time she felt it pull on her shirt. Grandma and Mom said they were sitting on the couch and they heard a picking sound, like a cat sharpening its nails on the treadmill they had. There were marks on the treadmill from the cat's claws, but no cat. We didn't have a cat. On Halloween, my mom would put a step mat we had for years, that when you stepped on it, a man's voice would say, "Happy Halloween!" It was a real cute step mat, purple with an orange pumpkin. It went off by itself, like someone stepped on it. She ripped out the voice box and step sensor mechanism. All I know is that we finally had enough and moved out when I was 8 or 9. My mom says she believes that there was a ghost of a cat there. She didn't think it was bad. She felt sorry for it. I can't sleep right now, and I figured I'd share my one and only potentially paranormal encounter. It happened when I was 15, about 6 or 7 years ago, when I finally grew old enough to become a counsellor at a summer camp I had attended annually for most of my childhood. You would imagine that a summer camp as large and old as this one would have its fair share of scary stories and camp legends. But from my experience, that really wasn't the case. Ghost stories around the campfires were of course popular, but there weren't really any specifically about the camp itself. That is, except one commonly accepted notion among the staff. Thunderbird Cabin 2 is haunted. See, the camp is separated into a boys' and girls' side, and these sides are further divided into sections, with names like Lakeview, Timber Trail, or of course, Thunderbird. Counsellors would rotate through sections throughout the summer. During this particular week of the story, I was stationed in Thunderbird and was assigned with another counsellor, who I'll call Keegan, to watch over the infamous Cabin 2. Stories about Cabin 2 varied. Entities outside of the windows, goat men, scratching sounds at odd hours of the night, whatever. The diverse and often hyperbolized nature of these stories actually led me to doubt the legitimacy of all of them. It's a much more likely explanation that this was a desire for ghost stories at camp, and someone came up with Thunderbird 2 is haunted, which just happened to stick, no? I still believe this, in fact. I don't believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but I know what I experienced, and any rational explanation I can come up with does not seem fully convincing. That week, I was assigned to watch the youngest group of boys, about 6 to 8. We like to have everyone in bed early, since the young kids can be restless, and they need time to wind down. This particular night, things were going smoothly for Keegan and I. We'd gotten all of the kids seemingly asleep rather quickly. Being a little older, we would stay up and chat or read, and this night was no different. We both sat in Keegan's bunk, sharing a pair of earbuds and watching YouTube videos. It's important now to describe the layouts of a cabin in Thunderbird. They were simplistic, rectangular, raised wooden cabins. The inner perimeter was lined with bunk beds and housed around 20 to 30 campers and 2 counselors. Small, high-set rectangular windows along all sides provide moderate moonlight at night. We're watching a video and all the kids are asleep. Dead quiet inside. You can barely hear the crackling of the dwindling campfire outside and the muffled, normal sounds of a Midwest forest at night. That is, until something disturbs the peace. The unmistakable sound of someone shaking in a sleeping bag breaks the silence. It's clear from the noise and vibrations that one of the campers is basically flailing in their bunk. Their sleeping bag is rustling. The metal bunk is squeaking. The sound of their body bouncing on the mattress makes a dull thumping. Keegan and I quickly take out the earbuds, pause for a moment to listen to the sound, and turn to each other with a concerned, "What the hell?" look on our faces. Initially, I'm actually worried a camper is having a seizure. And then, on the other side of the cabin, we hear the same noise, the same vibration. Only a few seconds after the first camper started to shake, a second one moved in. Then another, and another, and another. Within 7 or 8 seconds, literally every fucking kid in this cabin is flailing in their bags. The sound of rustling fabric and straining bed springs is all you can hear. In the pale moonlight, you could also see the outlines of their bodies bouncing around a little. The entire cabin is vibrating at this point, and Keegan and I are frozen, wide-eyed, terrified. We each have the same frightened look, and it's clear that neither of us have any idea what's going on or what to do. We sit, paralyzed for some period of time, while the collective possession around us continues. After 15 or 20 seconds of this, the cacophony stops. Like a switch is flipped, and all of the campers stop moving and go perfectly still, back to sleeping undisturbed. Still immobilized with fear, Keegan and I still sit completely still as well, not talking or moving. Scared, I'm assuming that this was simply the beginning of something worse. Unsure whether to run or check the campers. Minutes go by, both of us looking around, eyes darting to the floor. The surrounding bunks, both of us braced for impending doom. I'm not sure how, but at the same time, both of us silently conclude we should bolt. As fast as we can, we leap from the bunk and sprint out the door, into the clearing that accompanies the cabins. The only person still outside is our senior counselor, scrolling through his phone by the fire. He's surprised to see the 2 counselors of a cabin dash out the way we did. Panicked, we try to explain what the hell happened. He brushes it off, but agrees to check the cabin. As you can guess, he doesn't see or hear anything but peacefully sleeping campers. We reluctantly return to the cabin and get in our beds, still on high alert. I lay awake for some time, braced and waiting for something. But alas, I drift off at some point. Wouldn't you believe it? In the morning, none of the kids claim to know anything about the night previous. They all claim to have fallen asleep like any other night, and the phenomenon does not continue any following night. As someone who is wholly skeptical, and as previously stated, does not believe in anything not well-founded or observed scientifically, I struggle to think what might have caused this. I want to think it was a prank, but I just don't think that a bunch of young children could coordinate something like this so well, or even more so, retain their innocence in that matter. If anyone has any similar stories, or even heard of anything that could cause this, I'm all ears. Growing up, my father told me a lot of stories from his youth. One such grouping of stories was around a place we both visited numerous times as children. High up in the Dublin and Wicklow Mountains, overlooking the city of Dublin, is a place known as Montpellier Hill. It's an amazing sight for those who haven't been there, especially during the dark hours. On this hill lies an old ruin of a stone-built lodge, known as the Hellfire Club. The Hellfire Club was once home to a group of young aristocrats who would do as young aristocrats back then would. Card games, drinking and revelry, but also the most debauched satanic practices. It's said the club was built on an ancient burial ground, was marked by giant stone monuments reminiscent of Stonehenge, and those stone would be used in its construction. Nearby to this lodge is a home known as Killicky House, which was supposedly also used by the Hellfire Club on occasion. The usual story of the Hellfire Club Lodge is one many of us have heard before. A stormy night, whilst the aristocrats were playing cards and drinking, they heard a knock on the door. A well-dressed stranger entered and asked to join their game. He consistently beat them in every card game until he was accused of cheating. One of the aristocrats pulled on his sleeve and a card fell to the floor. As he looked under the card table to see where the card had landed, he found the stranger had 2 hooves for heat. In a puff of fire and smoke, the stranger disappeared. This is probably fiction, but other accounts point to it maybe having some truth. In the 1800s, Dublin was home to the biggest red light district in Europe. One night, a young prostitute visited the Hellfire Club, and it said she was murdered by being placed in an old wooden barrel that was set on fire and rolled down the steep hill in front of the Hellfire Club Lodge. Her ghost is heard wailing through the adjacent forests and in the Hellfire Club itself during the month of October, around Halloween. A young dwarf boy is also said to have perished in this club. He was invited as a guest but sacrificed in a ritual by the young aristocrats, which also involved sacrificing black cats. To this day, the bones of sacrificed black cats are still found deep in the forests of the Wicklow Mountains, which many believe are still used by satanic cults. County Wicklow is the only Irish county with a very high rate of Protestants, whose families would link back to the lords and aristocrats of those days. In the early 1970s, during renovations of nearby Killicky House, the bones of a young dwarf boy were found alongside an effigy of a horned demon. During the renovations of this house, my father named 1 or 2 to his father's friends who were working there at this. They claimed they had seen a dog-sized black cat roaming the home with large burning red eyes. And when they stayed there overnight, as it was a tough journey back to Dublin City, locked doors would open by themselves constantly. They all left during the early hours of the morning as soon as dawn broke, as they couldn't find their way down the mountain during dark. Not a single one stayed to collect their wages or finish the job. The owners of this house had also seen the devilish black cat numerous times, but refused to move out. Months later, the family finally found a painter who would finish off the work of those who had left. On the day he began his work, the front door was locked behind him, in fear of someone burgling the home while he was there. Suddenly, the door burst open and a dark figure approached him, warning him that the door must always remain open, or there would be consequences. He didn't finish the job and hurried away from the house once the shadow had disappeared. He looked back and saw the shadow standing in the door, and in front of his eyes, he swore the figure turned into the giant black cat with devil eyes and started to laugh in a guttural voice as it watched him run from the home. Many years later, an Irish television crew went to the home to try to catch footage of the experiences of the home. They found nothing but that night a dark substance like oil poured down each wall inside. Soon after, a priest was called to bless the home and try to rid it of whatever haunted it. Since then, all apparitions stopped, and the family continued with their lives. A few years later, a group of young actors had stayed in the home as guests and decided to have a seance. During the seance, it said the home's pottery and paintings were ripped from shelves and walls and smashed by an unknown force. Many things materialized from thin air, including coins from past centuries and from far-off countries, along with the sightings of 2 nuns and the black cat. Later, a psychic would investigate the home and discover that the nuns were women who had participated in those satanic rituals of a century past. The painter, who last worked in the home, painted a picture of the black cat he had seen. Where I live is a very old house. My apartment is a ground level, and my neighbour is above me. Old landlords' houses in Dublin are basically 2 levels, with the top level being accessed from a main set of maybe 20 steps up, where the landlord would have lived. My entrance is through the garden, with my door to the side of these steps, where the scullery maids, etc. would have cooked and probably lived too. When you enter my doorway, we have a little hall and a small door to the left. There would be a kind of basement room directly below my neighbour's outdoor steps. To the right is a long hallway with my bedroom on the right, and directly facing it is a spare bedroom. It's a very big apartment. Since I moved in last year, I get bad vibes from the spare room, so mostly avoid it and let my girlfriend do the cleaning, etc. if we have guests over. A few months ago, we both witnessed something that creeped me out, but not to the extent of 2 nights ago. We were both chilling in the living room watching TV at night, and we had some of my clothes drying on like a clothing rack in front of us. One of the jumper sleeves raised itself into the air and then dropped again, like if someone was packing a suitcase and they pulled a sleeve right out to fold it. There was no breeze or draft, as all the windows were closed and nothing else moved at the time. We both looked at each other to acknowledge we both saw it, but continued watching TV. It was weird. Sometimes at night when I'm turning the lights off, as I sleep later than my girlfriend, I feel something watching me in the darkness. 2 days ago, my girlfriend told me that our landlord's family has lived in the house for over 200 years. He's a very odd man, so I tend not to get along with him that much, and so I said some shit about him lightheartedly, about him being weird. That night, I went to bed quite early for myself, which was about 11:40 p.m. My girlfriend had college the next day, so she was asleep already. I was lying in bed with the door closed while scrolling on my phone when I heard the doors start to open and close. They're heavy, old wooden doors, so they creak when they open and close. I'm used to a slight breeze at this time of year, sweeping through the house and the noise of the doors that go along with it. There wasn't a slight breeze. It continued for like 10 minutes until I realised maybe my girlfriend had left the bedroom window open, which she never does, but maybe that's what the noise was. The doors were banging shut and opening again constantly as soon as they would open or shut again, which I've never heard before whilst there. That's when I heard something walking in our hallway. We have carpet flowing in each bedroom and in the hall. I could hear footsteps trudging along the carpet between the spare bedroom and into the hall. This continued for around 5 minutes, as I was getting more freaked out at the sounds I could hear. To the point, I rang my little sister, who lives with our dad, and told her someone could have broken into my apartment, as the spare bedroom window faces into our front garden. I grew up in a rough neighbourhood, so it's natural for me to keep a weapon near by my bedside. In this case, it's a little hatchet. I didn't want to wake my girlfriend just in case, and I told my sister if I didn't message her in 5 minutes, something had happened, and to send my dad up straight away. I built up the courage to open my bedroom door into the pitch black hallway, and as I turned on the hallway light, everything went silent. No doors banging or creeping or footsteps. The spare bedroom has a computer table with a desk chair that's always underneath it. The chair was out from under the desk and was facing me. At this stage, I still half believed someone had broken in. I went room to room, turning the lights on and waiting to find someone or something in one of the rooms. I found nothing. No windows open. Nothing. I kept all the lights on and went outside to have a cigarette to calm my nerves and text my sister. I prayed outside for my deceased family members to always watch over and protect me, and I went back to bed, making sure to keep my bedside lamp on. I didn't put the hatchet down till I was in bed. I was freaking out. Within 20 minutes, I heard footsteps again in the hallway. They lasted for some time, and they stopped. I finally went to sleep. I'm beginning to hate this place. I live in an extremely old part of an old city in Ireland. A city which has seen uncountable bloodshed and war. To us locals, it's known as Dublin Town. Where I live, my family have lived for generations. We come from very old Irish bloodlines. My street is now made of tarmac, but was once old cobblestones. I have numerous neighbours who have heard the sound of horses clopping outside during night hours. And those of you who know the sound of horses on cobble know it's quite unique. This is an extremely minor part. My great-grandfather lived at the top of an adjacent laneway to my house, in what we know as a tenement housing. One night, on his way home from work in the very early morning hours, he heard a low growl behind him. When he turned, he saw a large black dog with burning red eyes at the bottom of the lane. He ran to the door, facing down the lane, and proceeded to make his way up to his room, where his wife and children lived. His room faced the laneway and was 2 or 3 floors up. As he looked out the window, he saw the black, red-eyed dog sitting at the top of the lane, maybe 20 feet from his tenement door, staring at him. This dog is not a good Irish omen. My eldest aunt once saw what she thinks was the banshee as she walked home from a night of partying in the early 1980s. A woman dressed in white, combing her hair, and what sounds like an unnatural crying. She was sitting atop a 20-foot-high wall. My uncle, who's from a different country and is extremely pragmatic, was once driving through the countryside and swears he saw one of the little people sitting beside a bush. As a child myself and my 3 siblings, we shared the same bedroom. Sadly, when my mother was pregnant with my little sister, she was hit by a car, and my sister suffered some health problems when she was born. One night, when we were around 7 or 8 years old, I woke up to the sound of my little sister having a conversation in the pitch-black room. I slept in the top bunk bed and will never forget peering over and groggily asking her what she was doing. She was sitting on a chair and told me she was talking to our grandfather, sounding so excited. Our grandfather had passed away a few years earlier. That's when I realized my family was special. Due to the circumstances surrounding her birth, she wasn't meant to survive, but against all odds she did. When I was around 12, myself and my little brother, who was maybe 8 or 9, were alone in our bedroom. We had stayed up very late playing games, as young siblings usually do. Our bedroom was on the ground floor, and the window faced the same huge old slate wall my aunt had seen the banshee decades earlier when we heard it. I can't describe the exact sound, but it will forever be etched in my memory. I've heard all sorts of urban foxes fighting, wild cats fighting. It was an unnatural crying, sort of like a guttural, but also high-pitched screeching. The sound of a cat being mutilated on our windowsill. Both in terror, we froze, and my little brother, being a curious kid, wanted to look out. I stopped him and remembered what our father had told us. He asked me what it could be, maybe in the hopes that being the oldest brother, I'd have some sort of natural explanation. I dared not say it aloud, in fear she would hear us or come for us and whisper about our father's warning. It lasted what felt like hours, but may have just been a few minutes, and slowly made its way away from our house. The sound of it moving into the distance while still making that fear-inducing sound will never leave me. Shortly after, we got into bed beside each other, and both agreed we heard the banshee. Our father once warned us of a woman with long black hair covering her face. She'd wear a white dress and comb her hair. To those who came across her, she would appear to be crying and ask for help. If you speak to her or look at her face, you'll die, or one of your family will come to serious harm. I'll begin by explaining what I know of the banshee. She's a protector, but also an omen to the last few ancient Irish bloodlines. She will not appear to all. A few months ago, I was working all over the country with a friend of mine. We set off from Dublin at around 7 a.m, and the van we were in was not running smoothly. Long story short, it had a dropped fuel injector. Against all advice, we drive back to Dublin. We continued on our journey. What should have been a 14-hour workday in 3 different counties turned into a 24-hour workday.
As we left the coast of County Clare at 1:30 a.m., having finished all of our work, we headed back home, exhausted and hungry. It was a stupid thing to do, but we're both hard-working men, and a 4-hour drive didn't seem too bad. I was wrong. During the drive, my friend was constantly falling asleep behind the wheel, and as I have no license yet, I couldn't drive in his place. I had a very strong feeling that if I fell asleep, we would both die. I had to shake him awake numerous times while also fighting the sleep myself. We had 2 hours left before we reached Dublin when I saw her. A white figure like a bright human-shaped fog facing me on the road. It was clear all around the motorway, but this one figure was straight in front of me, maybe 20 meters away. I know it wasn't sleep deprivation because I'd seen nothing before or after. As we approached her, the urge to sleep finally took over, and for some reason, I told myself if I'm gonna die if I sleep, but I can't stay awake any longer. So I closed my eye and drifted into sleep. Where she was, the road diverted onto a slipway behind her, and I heard my friend's voice clearly and loudly asking me if I was awake. I woke up straight away to find my friend fast asleep behind the wheel, and we headed straight for the diversion in the center of the road. A crash like that would no doubt kill all involved. Again, I shook my friend awake, having grabbed the wheel, and steered us back onto the road. I never told him about what I saw, and only told my girlfriend. It's what has spurred me to write this record of events. Since then, I cannot shake the feeling I was protected by the banshee or some spirit. A close friend of mine is what we call an Irish traveller. To most it would be Irish gypsy, but I find both have semi-prejudicial meanings. Their language has some ancient Gaelic vocabulary, not spoken in a long time by the majority of Irish. Their bloodlines also contain some very ancient Irish too. This is a story of one. In that group of people, arranged marriage is quite common, and it's frowned upon to marry without pre-arrangement. The story goes, one such arrangement between two families was agreed upon, but somehow the soon-to-be groom's family found out the soon-to-be wife was sleeping with a man from a different clan. The marriage was called off, and the oldest woman in both families met to discuss the terms of the failed marriage, to stop the bloodshed that would begin between the men of both clans. The groom's grandmother warned the consequences of such were dire, and the aforementioned wife would never breed a child, nor would any of her kin. The wife's family took this with a pinch of salt. It's better to hear some loose words than to have war between the clans, which would undoubtedly cause a great amount of blood to be spilled on both sides. Years went by, and the wife married the man she'd been sleeping with. She chose love over the wishes of both families. Many women she called kin would be pregnant over this time, but all would suffer heartache during pregnancy and lose the children. This is not a fable, but a true story. Now this woman was married to the man she loved and wanted children of her own, soon becoming pregnant herself. Again, heartache ensued and the child passed away in childbirth. A decade had passed since the clans had broken the marriage agreement, and not a single child had been born. The oldest of the clan went to see another clan, as they had known to have a witch or medicine woman. The medicine woman told her that her bloodline had been cursed, and the demonic spirit of a black horse would forever be attached to them. Thus no children would be born unless the original clan who cursed them could destroy the curse. This is when she remembered the old conversation she had with the other elder woman many years ago, pleading to meet this woman again for conversation to put things right. The young wife became pregnant again, and during this time, the eldest of her clan met with the eldest woman of the original groom's clan, pleading with them to take off the curse as it had ruined the lives of many. I'm not sure why or how, but they decided to destroy the curse, and the wife gave birth to a healthy child, the first to be born in a decade. My friend, who told me this, doesn't believe in ghosts or the like, but he knows these curses are real, and just named this as one of many examples. Something I'll never forget. When my brother was 16 years old, he had a girl from the local area. None of my family liked her, as she didn't seem good for him, One night, not long after my grandmothers had passed away, they decided to stay in my grandmother's home to keep one of my aunts company. My grandmother was extremely opposed to them dating and was basically the matriarch of our whole family. They made a mistake that night by staying in her bed. Supposedly, the girl woke up during the night to see a dark shadow standing next to her, peering into her face. The girl was not one of the spiritual, nor did she believe in ghosts. She woke my brother, and both of them soon left the house. She never returned, and they broke up shortly after. This dark shadow has never been seen in the house before or after. It's actually a home. I feel quite calm and always feel like my grandmother's loving presence is still there somehow. I've slept there numerous times on my own since then, even in my grandmother's old bed. Not once have I felt threatened or seen anything. This happened to me approximately 15 years ago. I've tried to rationalize what happened to me so many times over the years and convince myself it never happened or that I was dreaming. But each time I do that, I keep coming back to how well I remember things about that day. I remember exactly what I was wearing. I remember the exact feel of the chilly breeze against my skin that day. And I remember the feeling of the cold stone step I was sitting on. I've never remembered a dream with such clarity. I had a bad childhood. Grew up very poor. When this happened, I was about 17 years old. Between 4 or 5 p.m. on an autumn evening, and I just had one of my many huge arguments with my grandmother and my brother. I'd left the house in anger and sat down on the step outside to get away from them. Pretty much as soon as I sat down, I looked up into the sky above the houses opposite where I lived, and I saw this huge black thing silently hovering overhead. I've tried and tried over the years to be able to describe it better than a thing, but I just can't. I've tried drawing it, and again, I just can't seem to get it right. You know how a stealth aircraft has lots of angles to it? That's the closest thing I can compare it to, except it looked like no human aircraft I've ever seen. It looked as if it had windows on the front, and I definitely got the impression that just as I was staring at it transfixed, whoever or whatever was inside this thing was scrutinizing me as it hovered motionless and silent in the sky above me. I've no idea how long I stared at it for. It could have been for a long time or just a few seconds. But I remember I felt absolutely no fear during any of this. Only a sense of astonishment at what I was seeing and wondering if anyone else was seeing what I was. I don't remember seeing any other people on the street at the time, nor any vehicles passing. A couple of months ago, my sister and I were house and dog sitting 2 corgis for a co-worker of my mom's. My sister had stayed at the house an entire week, while I came home from school to stay the last 2 nights with her. Absolutely nothing happened to her all week, and she felt completely safe. I finished my homework downstairs by myself last night, at midnight, and went up to bed, and the dogs followed. My sister, the dogs, and I were all piled up in bed together when we decided it was time for sleep around 1. Not even a minute after I had shut my eyes, the dogs bolted off the bed downstairs, barking like crazy. My sister and I heard nothing that could have set them off, but I remembered I had mistakenly left my keys on my driver's seat, so maybe my car was being stolen. My sister was urging me to grab the keys, but I was too busy focusing on any noise downstairs or outside. I didn't budge off the bed when the dogs promptly stopped barking, which my sister thought nothing of. However, nothing would have made them stop if someone else hadn't stopped them. We held still and continued to listen, and my sister called for one of the dogs, and she came running up the wooden stairs and laid on the floor by the open door inside the room. The other was starting to come up the stairs, but stopping every couple of seconds. It wasn't until the last 8-ish steps that we clearly heard footsteps trying to be disguised with the dogs. My sister slammed the door shut, and we were beyond terrified that it was an intruder. When they reached the landing at the top of the stairs, it went quiet for a few seconds. Then suddenly, A very clear 3 knocks, as if you were knocking on the front door with your knuckles, followed. To say we screamed at the top of our lungs is an understatement. My sister called the police, and while on the phone, the sensor light above the garage goes off. At this point, we were very convinced it was an intruder. They arrived 10 minutes later and instructed us to let them in the house, which took a lot of convincing. They checked the entire property and declared we had the house locked up like a fortress, and there was no sign of anything being stolen or out of place. We decided to go to our house as we were just too spooked and contacted the homeowners, who checked the Ring camera the next morning. Just 2 cats. There couldn't possibly have been a way for the dogs to hear the cats in the driveway, nor could a corgi have replicated 3 crisp knocks on the door. They don't have tails, and jumping up on the door isn't nearly the sound we heard. Not to mention the footsteps on the stairs. In the 15 years the homeowners have lived there, they've had nothing happen and insist it was just the dogs. Any ideas or information on what paranormal activity it could have been? Or what 3 knocks could have signified?